So I'm just going to welcome everyone in. We already went over the housekeeping items. And then again, my name is Tommy Amundsen from Sacramento State Conference and Training Services. This webinar is being recorded today. And I'm going to go ahead and introduce Bruce Tudor. He's a manager of the Compliance Assistance and Outreach section for CARB's Mobile Source Control Division. So Bruce, welcome. Thank you again for your patience today. And we do have 80% of our interpreters in. I'll go ahead and let you take it away. And just to let you know, you are on mute right now. Oh, no, you're not on mute anymore. Excuse me. You're good.
Good. I was like, wait, I don't show that I'm on mute. All right. Thank you, Tommy. And I will reiterate, thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. We know that took quite some time. First of all, and we really have, I think, a lot of information that we're going to be able to share with you today, and I think it'll be very worthwhile for most folks. Before I talk about the event today, I do want to turn it back over to Tommy for a moment. He's got some housekeeping, tell you how to, do certain things, and so I'll be back after that. Tommy?
Yeah, great. Thank you again. I appreciate that, Bruce. So again, on here, just some housekeeping items. Everybody use it. I'm going to go through this super quick. You're going to use chat if you need any technical assistance. If you have questions for our speakers today, you're going to use the Q&A on there, and the panelists will be previewing that during each session. After today's session, you'll be sent an attendee survey. So we'll go ahead and go through that. You'll complete it after, and then presentations today. You should have seen the link come through several times now that it will link direct to the page that holds all of the presentations, that also holds some other information in regards to the agenda and our flow today. I know obviously we're going to do our best to get on track, but I would just anticipate that we're probably about 20 minutes behind today. So the links on there, we do have exhibitors and one-on-one assistance that'll be coming up later this afternoon after the main session is concluded. One-on-one assistance from 2:35 to 4:30, and then conversations with exhibitors from 2:35 to 35. Again, these are all housed on this the main page. You can scroll down, and this is just a screenshot of that main page. Again, we do have interpretation channel. We're working on getting our fourth interpreter up, but we do currently have English to Spanish translation and English to Punjabi. And if you'll notice, the translators speak at about 80%, 90%, and then the English still comes through at about 10%, so you can get the tone and an inflection of them presenting. So thank you again to our interpreters today. And again, we do also have it in Punjabi. We do have one, and yep. So thank you, Sullen. Go ahead and let's do that. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it back over to Bruce, and you could take us through our agenda flow today.
All right, great. Thank you, Tommy. I'll try and get through this pretty quickly. So first of all, just to let you know what these events are about. These events are really designed to help folks in the industry, whether it be fleet managers, fleet owners, owner operators, whoever, folks in the industry to do to understand what it is that they need to do to comply with our existing regulations. In addition, as we move more and more towards zero emission vehicles, we want to start providing help for folks and letting you know what you need to do to start thinking about that in the future. So we'll have some new presentations today on zero emission vehicles and newer technology. We do have a number of good presentations, as I said. We will have presentations on all of our diesel regulations, both on road and off road. CHP has a presentation that we're going to show you later, and that's on their BIT inspection program. I just mentioned presentations on zero emission vehicles, not only what's out there and how to start getting into them, but a quick overview of our regulations and upcoming regulations that will be, again, moving us more and more towards zero emission. Tommy mentioned that after the presentations, you can talk to our one-on-one assistance folks. It's exactly that. It's one-on-one. It's about your fleet only. And they've been doing this for a long time. They really know the information well. So if you do have questions about your fleet, your situation, what you need to do to comply. Great place to go and talk to those people. Finally, as far as after the presentations, we do have a number of exhibitors. We have some great exhibitors out there with all different kinds of things that will help you in your business, technologies that will help you comply with our rules. In addition, we have some of our local partners such as San Diego Air Quality Management District, Bay Area Air Quality Management District. They can talk to you a little bit about funding that might be out there. Same with HFIP, the HFIP folks. And pardon me. Again, there is funding available. There's incentive funding and other things that you might be able to tap into. They'll be glad to talk to you about it. And again, you're seeing some of our really good exhibitors here. Let me see here. Finally, I mentioned a moment ago, that these one-stop events are really specific to helping people understand what they need to do to comply and what's coming down the road as far as regulations. I know that we have a number of people online, and we've received some questions previously regarding things such as infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, I'm talking about, when we start getting zero-emission vehicles, are we going to be able to charge them? That's a big question right now. For folks that are really interested in that, we have a number of work groups coming up, most likely in mid-November, probably going through early December. They are targeted to specific issues about infrastructure. I would strongly encourage you to go and listen to them. You can find out information on our Truck Stop website about how to, about when those will be. They're not planned yet. We don't know the dates for those yet. But I would strongly recommend that you go and participate in those. That's kind of out of the scope of what we're doing today. In addition, we had received some questions, things such as, I have projects and I'd like to get funding, and these aren't for vehicles, and that's really the funding that we offer. So again, I would encourage you, anybody that has questions about the rules that we're developing, wants to participate in that process, would strongly encourage you to participate in that process. That again is kind of out of the scope of today. So having said that, we're going to get started now with our first presentation. I know you've been waiting about half an hour for that now. First up is Randy Opfer. He has been a trainer for many, many years. You won't find anyone that knows much more about the truck and bus regulation and our other diesel regulations than Randy. Let me see here just really quickly. I think that's all I want to say about Randy, and I'm going to turn it over to him and let him start giving you some really, really helpful information. All right, thank you.
All right, fantastic, Bruce. Thank you so much. Let me get this going. Good morning, everybody. As Bruce said, my name is Randy Opfer, and I've been in the Air Resources Board business for a little over 30 years. Spent a lot of that time doing some inspection work and actually working with people on how to understand these regulations. My job this morning is to give you an overview of what some of the current diesel regulations are and what the requirements are that are already in place. So the first presentation we have this morning is going to go through this. I will be talking about these rules. I'm going to hit the truck and bus regulation, deal a little bit with enforcement, go through some information on what's called the periodic smoke inspection program, transport refrigeration units, the greenhouse gas initiative, and a short primer on the advanced clean trucks regulation. Then I'm going to hand it off to my coworker Katie, and she's going to finish off with the off-road regulation and the large spark ignition rule. Truck and buses first up. So this regulation to me has always been an omnibus type regulation. By that I mean we have multiple regulations that have already been put in place prior to the truck and bus rule. It kind of came in and collected all the vehicles that weren't already under other regulations. But in order to fall under this regulation, you do have to have a diesel fueled or alternatively fueled diesel vehicle operating in California with a gross vehicle weight rating more than 14,000 pounds. So diesel, any form of diesel, operating in California, that all means that it also applies to those vehicles coming in from out of state. We've been given the authority by the federal government to enforce this regulation on any vehicle in the state. The responsibility for this particular regulation is going to fall on those owners of these vehicles. Anybody that rents or leases the vehicle might have some responsibility. There's also some requirements if you decide to sell a vehicle that falls under our regulation, especially if you're going to sell it to somebody that is also going to use it in the state of California. If you sell it outside the state, not really a big deal. We don't really have any ability to do anything with that. But if you're going to sell it inside the state of California to somebody that will operate it here, there is a disclaimer that we require on the contract language. Public agencies and public utility fleets, there is a separate regulation in place for any public agency that operates diesel vehicles in the state of California. It also covered private utilities at one point, but as of the beginning of this year, the private utilities now fall under the same truck and bus regulation. One additional requirement that's part of this regulation is something that deals with anybody that we call a California-based broker or dispatcher. This may be somebody that doesn't own a truck at all. These are individuals that hire the use of trucks for whatever purpose that do fall under the regulation. This part of the regulation actually requires you to hire compliant vehicles. Later on in the presentation, I'll talk about the fact that there's a way that you can get a certificate or some way to prove that you're hiring compliant vehicles or prove that your fleet is compliant. When you get there, this is what I'm talking about with the California-based brokers and dispatchers. You have to hire compliant fleets. Private utilities, as I was just talking about, became under the truck and bus regulations starting the beginning of this year. And this gives you a little definition of what a private utility is. Essentially, it's a utility, in my opinion, that you can just buy. You can buy stock in it. It's a private utility. If you're still unsure of this, we do have some information. You can contact staff at our 8666 diesel line, and they can walk you through the steps to determine whether or not your individual organization falls under this regulation or perhaps another regulation. In this rule, we break all the vehicles down into one of two classes. It's either considered a light vehicle or a heavy vehicle. And that is consistently based on the gross vehicle weight rating of the truck itself. A light vehicle would be industry standard class 4, 5, or 6. And as far as the actual weight class is concerned, that's anywhere from 14,001 pounds up to and including 26,000 pounds gross vehicle weight rating. The basic requirement is shown on the screen right now for those vehicles. In this class of vehicle, the light vehicles, there's nothing in the regulation that says you have to install a filter at any point. There never has been. This particular class of vehicles are required to go directly from what they were built as, what they came from the factory with, to meeting 2010 model year engine compliance. Now, 2010 model year engine compliance is not something you can install as a retrofit or something that you can do to the engine and leave it in place and just plug something on the exhaust. This means a complete rebuild. So when you get to the dates that are shown here, and I'll just take a quick example here. Coming up, we've got any vehicle that's in this light class that has an engine model year 2007 to 2009. These would be vehicles that were built from the factory with existing diesel particulate filters. They're required to meet 2010 model year compliance on January 1st, 2023, or by that date. And that's going to mean that they have the choice of repowering, retiring, or dropping down to low use. Those are the choices as far as the basic requirement is concerned. Now, if you do comply with this chart with any vehicle that's considered light, there's no reporting required, actually. The reporting system for this particular rule has never actually been an absolute requirement. For the heavy vehicles, we have a similar basic standard, and it does go by model year of the engine, and it does give you a date at which time the vehicle's engine needs to meet 2010 model year compliance standards for emissions. There was an interim step for the heavy vehicles. The heavy vehicles, again, would be your class 7 and 8s, anything over 26,000 pounds gross weight. The requirement is basically find the model year of the engine. There's a date at which you had to install a filter. And then there's a date at which you need to have that engine needs to meet 2010 model year engine compliance. Same as what I was talking about. If you comply with this chart with your heavy vehicles, there is no reporting required. There actually never has been. Now, there are reasons why you would want to be in the reporting system. And they revolve around two areas. One is if you want the certificate that I spoke about earlier. The other is if you're following a flexibility that was an allowance within the regulation that allowed you to go around those two charts I just showed you, because you had either a specialized type of vehicle, or you had a specialized type of use, or you had a limitation on the actual use of the vehicle. Now, at one point, there were more than 20 different flexibilities. Most of those flexibilities have come and passed. Their timelines have already been passed. We still have these particular ones on the screen that do have some time left before they actually finish up. The heavy crane option is technically not even part of this regulation. I put it here because it was part of this regulation after the 2014 amendments. It was taken out because we had some issues with a lawsuit associated with this regulation at one point. And it is still meeting the same requirements. And essentially what that particular flexibility offers is anyone who has a single engine heavy crane, which would be a vehicle that operates a over 54,000 pounds gross vehicle weight rating, is a single engine heavy crane that can't carry any goods or materials on the bed, just the crane. And it needs a specialized certified crane operator in order to operate that. If you have a vehicle like that, you do need to be into the heavy crane option, and you do have a reporting requirement under the truckers database. We also have the NOx exempt areas, which is the map on the far right of this slide. These are areas that were given an exception under the rule. We call it a flexibility as well, because when the rule was put in place, the counties that are designated in orange on that particular slide all met federal ambient air quality standards for oxides of nitrogen. Because of that, if you own and operate a vehicle in those areas, exclusively in those areas, and never come out of those areas, you do have the option of installing a filtration system and then never having to actually update the engine to 2010 emission standards. Because the 2010 engine, its primary function, different than what came before it, was a controlling of the NOx, or the oxides of nitrogen. That also requires reporting if you're going to follow this particular flexibility. The last three flexibilities on here, the low use ag, the low use exemption, and log truck. These are all still active. The low use ag is one that will time out as of January 1st, 2023. And it actually will give you, it actually gives you more mileage, up to 10,000 miles per year. Okay, who's moving my slides? All right, well, I didn't go back.
Just slow down a little bit, okay, Randy, for the translators.
Okay, all right. Who forwarded my slide though?
Sorry about that, Randy. Let me back up one.
All right.
I snafu'd you, so I apologize.
No worries.
So try it now. You should have control.
Okay, can you bring it back up to that previous slide though?
Yes, sir.
Because it's, all right, I'm not finished talking about this. I want to,
hold on a sec. Sorry. There you go. One more.
there you go. Okay. All right. I did want to talk about the last three options before I go to the next slide. The first would be the low use ag. As I was saying, this is a flexibility that does time out as of January 1st, 2023. If you are a farmer and own trucks that are used for farming operations, you could have opted into this. The last date it was available was January of 2015. This particular provision does allow, until that 2023 date, up to 10,000 miles per year. And you wouldn't have to have a filter or a 2010 engine. The low use exemption itself does allow for any vehicle that falls under this regulation to operate up to 1,000 miles per year in the state of California. So if you have vehicles that operate outside the state, that mileage doesn't count. But if you can keep it under 1,000 in the state, then you would also be exempt from having to install a filter or having to update to 2010 emission standards. That particular provision also has an exclusion for emergency use. If you happen to be in a position where you can operate your vehicles for any declared emergency, and you're using that vehicle, whether it's an emergency vehicle or not, then all the mileage that you accrue during that emergency use would be exempt from the 1,000-mile limitation. Finally, the log truck exemption or provision, I don't want to call it an exemption because it's not really, is one where if you own and operate a truck that does nothing but logging operations, it has to have a permanent bunk, and this particular provision would allow you to bypass the actual filtration step that I showed you a few moments ago. This was designed to help soften the transition to 2010 emission standards. And that particular provision has a sunset date out to 2027, I believe. Let's go on to the next slide here. This is the certificate. I told you a few moments ago that if you wanted to follow any of these flexibility options, that you needed to have your vehicles in the reporting system, your vehicles and your fleet, your company information, all of that. The reporting system is called Truckers, TRUCRS, and it is an online system where you can put all this information in that I was mentioning just a moment ago. If what you put in this system turns out to be listed as compliant, the way you report it is important, then you will be able to print a certificate of certified compliance. And that certificate is something that can be used for a number of different things. It's not something that we use for enforcement. Our enforcement officers will not actually ask for that certificate out in the field. And in fact, if you offer it to them, it's not going to make you bypass the inspection that they have to do. It's just going to give them the information about your fleet so they can look your fleet up in the system more easily. The certificate is actually designed for those people who need to have something to prove they're in compliance. And while just having a piece of paper doesn't necessarily do that, it does provide that, that spot, if you will, for the people that are hiring and having to hire compliant fleets. If you provide them with a certificate, that is their due diligence. If you have questions about any of the reporting stuff, we do have an email, truckers@arb.ca.gov. There's full-time staff that answer that email, and they're perfectly happy and capable to help you through any of the regulatory issues as well as the reporting issues. Now, if you just have a regulatory question, that's why we're here today, but you also have the option of calling our 8666 diesel line. Lots of individuals out there that are much more able to help on a regular basis with your questions.
Randy?
Yes.
Somebody would like you to quickly go over the NOx exempt area flexibility option again.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to bring that slide back, but let's talk about what it is. You have it in the handout. It's a map of the state of California. It has outlines of several counties. I think there's at least 15 to 20 of them. Don't know the exact number. Most of them exist in the far northern part of our state or along the central coast, from Santa Cruz down to San Luis Obispo. If you live, well, you don't have to live there, but if you own and operate a vehicle exclusively in those designated counties, you have the option to report to the truckers database. And actually, as long as there's a filter on that truck, you can operate in those designated areas with unlimited mileage, as long as you want to keep that vehicle in place. You don't have to update it to a 2010 emission standard engine. That's because those counties met emission requirements back when we put this rule in place. And as long as you do this properly, report it properly, have that filter installed, there's an indefinite period of time that you can operate that vehicle within those areas. You aren't allowed to bring the vehicle out of those areas, but it is something that a lot of people are using within those areas. All right, there weren't any other questions, right, Katie?
We are handling the rest in the chat.
Fantastic. Let's talk about SB1 as it shows on the screen. This is a regulation or law that was actually passed, put in place back in 2017. It was signed by the then Governor Brown, and it did two things. Most people might commonly know it as the gas tax regulation. That was half of the rule. That half of the rule was to create a fund for rebuilding the roads and fixing roads, road repair. The second half deals specifically with this truck and bus rule, because it actually set up the parameter that in order to get your truck that falls under this regulation registered, you have to be in compliance with the truck and bus rule. This has been in place and started back in 2020 as far as the implementation is concerned. And I'm sure most of the people that operate trucks have had some information from DMV between that time and now, letting them know whether or not their vehicle is registerable, or if they're in compliance with the rules. Some of you may not have seen anything. If you have a 2011 or newer truck, your registration went through just the same as it did before. If you have something that was earlier, 2009 engine, 2007 engine, at some point, whether it be light or heavy, DMV is going to send you a notification that the vehicle, you have to demonstrate compliance. And the way to do that is through our reporting system, however you decide that you're going to handle that particular thing. But that's what SB1 detailed. Some of you may have found out about this training through a listserv. Hopefully that worked for you. We like to send out information on all of our training classes. In fact, I'm going to plug a lot of our training classes. Katie and I conduct training on a weekly basis through a webinar series where we go through each of the regulations I'm covering in more detail. You can get that information by signing up through the listserv, and this is the page that you would do that at. Let's talk a little bit about something called the Periodic Smoke Inspection Program, or PSIP. This is actually a regulation that was put in place pretty much prior to any other diesel-related regulation that we have at the Air Resources Board. It was first instituted back in 1998. And this rule is what's called an in-use regulation. By that, I mean, in order for us to make sure that the vehicles that we certify as compliant based on how they were manufactured keep their emissions under control and don't let them exceed what they're supposed to, we have to have some mechanism for monitoring or having the emissions monitored during the life of the vehicle. This is much like a smog check for your regular gasoline vehicles, except there currently is no program for diesel vehicles. So this is what it is. The Periodic Smoke Inspection Program applies to fleets of 2 or more California registered or California based diesel vehicles, on-road diesel vehicles, with gross vehicle weight ratings of more than 6,000 pounds. So again, if you have 2 or more California based or registered diesel on-road vehicles with gross weights more than 6,000 pounds, then you fall under this requirement. Which vehicles are you required to test? You're required to give an annual smoke test to all the vehicles that are under the regulation, as long as their engines are 4 years or older. Once they get to that 4-year mark, they are part of this requirement. If you have 2 vehicles and one is, the engine's only 2 years old and one is more, then you only have to test the one. The other thing I'd like to mention is that if you happen to have a vehicle that falls under this rule that is 6,001 pounds up to and including 14,000 pounds, that particular class of vehicle is most likely going to fall under the Bureau of Automotive Repair's smog check program. It depends on the model year. There's some other requirements that you have to be interested in, but if your vehicle is part of the smog inspection program, you don't also have to do this PSIP. That smog inspection is your periodic smoke inspection. This rule requires you to keep records for a couple of years. There's no reporting system currently for this, and there is an optional way that you could report if you wanted to. Basically, if you have a 2013 or newer model year engine, there's a way to download the files and use that as your test. And right now, later on, I'm going to be talking about another program called HDI&M. That is actually going to replace this program in 2024. So we'll spend more time on that, but understand that this is in place right now. We do have another program that is going to be a little bit more than this that is on the way. The current opacity limits that are part of the PSIP program are shown here. It was updated back in 2017 because the original opacity limits, and I should explain what that is. Opacity is just the ability to measure the amount of light that can pass through the smoke coming from a stack. And the more smoke you have, the less light passes through. So it becomes more opaque. Opacity is that measurement. And what we're doing here is we're measuring the opacity of the smoke coming from a diesel truck. There is no, I just saw this coming from Derek Boom to all panelists. There is no exemption from this current PSIP regulation. I should have said that right off the bat. Some of our rules, a lot of our rules have exemptions for a variety of different vehicle types and uses. When PSIP was put in place, there were no exemptions. So it applies to anybody that meets the requirement that I went over just a minute ago. In any case, let's get back to the opacity. The original opacity levels that were set were 40 and 55%. Those are out because diesel particulate filter technology is pretty much everywhere now, and those filters are capable of removing 99.9% of all the soot that comes from these engines. So the 40 and 55% opacity levels didn't make sense. So currently, if you have a requirement under this PSIP program, any of your filtered vehicles cannot emit or have more than a 5% opacity. If they exceed 5%, they fail the test. One caveat to that I'd like to add is that 5% opacity limit, if your vehicle has anything more than 2 or 3%, then basically you have something wrong with the filter. Those filters will not put out that much opacity if they're operating properly. So you may want to take a closer look at that and have a mechanic look at it. There are other opacity levels shown here for vehicles that don't have filters. These would be your low use vehicles, your vehicles that are under, say, the ag or the low use exemption or some program like that. And they're based on the age of the engine. The older the engine, the higher the opacity level that's allowed. And finally, there are some specialty type vehicles listed here that will have higher opacity levels because they can't functionally meet the opacity levels that we're talking about.
Randy?
Yes.
You have a couple questions, but I also just want to remind people that if you are going to ask a question, please type it into the Q&A panel, not the chat panel. That's where we have the Q&A monitors, is on the Q&A panel. But the questions are essentially revolving around PSIP exemption. So one is asking if the vehicle is not DMV registered or is registered as non-op, are they required to test? And the other one is asking if your fleet is 100% compliant, does that mean a smoke test is not needed?
Okay, well, you got a couple different things going on there. Not registered, non-op, all those kind of things. If you have a vehicle that is part of your fleet, even if it's non-op, that is still registration. Technically, it is still part of this test. I know that sounds bad. I know that you're probably not even using the thing, but an annual test is still required on a vehicle like that. The other question is a little bit interesting to me because basically you have a fleet that's saying they're in compliance, which I'm going to make an assumption means that they have all newer type vehicles, something over 2010 engines. And you still have to comply with this regulation because those engines, even though they are brand new in many cases, they will degrade over time. So the first 4 years of those engines, as I said earlier, you don't have to do this test. But any one of those vehicles in a fully compliant fleet that has a engine that is 4 years old or older is part of this test. And it still has to conduct the smoke test. Was that it, Katie?
Yes, and the translators are still asking that you slow down a bit if possible.
Okay, all right, well, all right, so since we're past the PSIP, I did want to give you guys a little bit of information or contacts so that you have someone you can call or someone that you can email if you have more questions. So we put that on the screen right now. These are on-road staff that are available most days during the week to answer your questions if I can't or if we don't get your answers here today. That's it for truck and bus. I also want to make sure we cover in brief a couple of other different regulations. The first being one that deals with the transport refrigeration unit, or TRU. TRUs are something that is used to refrigerate goods that are brought by trucks. This regulation has also been in place for quite some time. This was put in place back in the 2004-2005 time period, and it has requirements for that engine that runs those refrigeration units. Because it's been in place for as long as it has, this rule has already met or finalized the last requirements. I do want to tell you how it happened, how it went. The rule initially applied to any vehicle that had one of these transport refrigeration units that were diesel powered, and any transport refrigeration unit gensets that operate in California. This rule also had regulatory requirements for any California-based terminal for freight brokers, forwarders, shippers, and receivers. The basic terms of the rule were one of two things. If you had a pre-existing engine prior to this regulation, you had to bring it into a specific interim standard, which was called low emission transport refrigeration unit, or low emission TRU. Then from that point, the engine was given 7 years of operation at that emission rate before it had to come into compliance with the next step, which was ultra low emission TRU. There are a variety of ways to meet this. You could have done electrification, you could have installed filtration systems to meet these two, but currently the regulation, as I said a few minutes ago, is at the point where everything should either have a level 3 diesel particulate filter on it, if it wasn't built like that from the factory, or it needs to be tier 4 final. Once you get to tier 4 final engines, you meet the terms of this regulation. There is another regulation that is coming on the tails of the TRU rule as well. And it's going to push the TRU industry to zero emission. And the zero emission TRU regulation, or ETRU, it's in concept phase right now, which means that there aren't any true requirements under the rule as of yet. These are some of the things they're focusing on to bring these, to transition TRUs to zero emission. They're talking about requiring zero emission units themselves, requiring vehicles that operate TRUs to plug in when they're in a stationary operation, having facility infrastructure requirements so those plugins are available, having the use of something called electronic telematics for enforcement. These are all ideas. And we have had board hearings. I know it says board hearings in 2020. We have had board hearings then. We had board hearings in 2021, and we've got more that are yet to come. This particular concept of this regulatory program is a little bit different than some of our other ones, in that instead of a single rule like the original TRU rule, this one's been broken into phases. And there are going to be 2 phases. Phase 1 is going on right now. And within each phase, there are a couple of different steps. So it's going to be phased in very slowly. And ultimately, we're looking at a deadline of somewhere in the 2024 timeline for this to actually be implemented by our board. Tractor trailer greenhouse gas is the next one on the docket. And this is actually a rule that has been in place for more than a decade. However, it is not one that has had much enforcement. And the reason for the non-enforcement, if you will, is because we really haven't had to. The thing about this particular regulation is that it was the first in the nation that actually required operators that were going more than 50,000 miles or more than 100 miles from their base of operations. If they were in California, they needed to apply technology to their trailer and to their tractor that improved the aerodynamic efficiency of that vehicle. You can see an example, 2 examples on the slides right here. You see that little skirt on the one on the left, that little skirt, if you see that, and I know I've seen it all the time, those are part of this regulatory program. But the thing about it is that they work. And I mentioned a few minutes ago that we haven't had to do that much enforcement on this, because the return on people's money was great enough for this technology that we haven't had to enforce the requirements as stringently as we normally would in a regulatory program. People are adopting the technology because it saves them money over time. As far as our regulation here, it does apply to any vehicle operating a 53-foot or longer box type trailer and the tractor that pulls them. If you own, lease, rent, drive, or sell one of these, you do have requirements. And it also has a requirement for California-based brokers and shippers, similar to the one I talked about before, where you're required to hire compliant vehicles. Now, the entire set of aerodynamic technologies is something that is certified through a federal program called SmartWay. And it is a program that's been in place for longer than this rule has been in place. It was one designed by the feds to bring manufacturers of both tractors and trailers into the arena where they would use this technology to lower their emissions and lower their fuel usage. This rule, our rule, the ARB rule, actually also requires technology called low rolling resistance tires. These are special tires that have a variety of features that allow the vehicle that use them to spend less fuel to get from one place to the other. All right, my final topic for today is going to be dealing with some of the newer regulations that are coming up. ARB decided to take what I'd call a synergistic approach to regulations so that we can meet certain targets. Now, the targets we're talking about here are lowering our greenhouse gas, being carbon neutral by 2045, as the governor has asked or actually proclaimed. And the way we wanted to do this and the way we're approaching this is to not just write individual regulations, but to write regulations that stack upon each other. One rule will require one thing, and that will build to the next rule. To give you an example, the first rule that's listed here is called Advanced Clean Trucks. Now, the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation, its sole purpose was twofold. One was to put a requirement on the manufacturers of vehicles in California to have a sales quota, essentially, of zero-emission trucks. And that is something that is going to be phased in from 2024 all the way through 2035 and beyond. The second half of that regulation was a one-time reporting requirement to gather information that would allow us to make better decisions on the rules coming after it. It was only required of those fleets that met certain conditions. You had to have more than $50 million of income in a year, or own and operate more than 50 trucks. These were called fleets of concern, or fleets that we were looking at more intently because they have more of a stake and they have more emissions that can be coming from their fleets. So we asked them to report, we required them to report, and we're using that data to go further into the zero emission type regulations. I don't want to spend a lot more time on this because we do have topics that are going to be coming up that deal a lot more with some of the zero emission stuff. I just wanted to make sure you understood that this is also coming and it's actually in process. Here's the Advanced Clean Trucks summary that I talked about. Manufacturer sales, annual sales percentage was a requirement, and then the one-time large entity reporting. And poll time, we don't have a poll, do we?
No, we're going to go ahead and bypass that. And also the session evaluation time. So Randy, thank you so much.
No worries.
For that. So yeah, great job, Randy. And actually, Randy will be back on later in the day to go over the heavy duty maintenance program. All right, so moving on next, I'm going to go ahead and just transition super fast over to Katie. Katie, let me work on getting you control. Hold on just a sec. No problem. And let me advance one more. So Katie, I'll let you just make sure that you have it, and I'll go ahead and do introductions. You actually heard Katie. She was supporting Randy during the presentations, monitoring the questions, and Randy will actually be switching and assisting her, I believe, on this. So we have Katie King, our air pollution specialist. She's going to discuss the CARB regulations that apply to medium and heavy duty off-road vehicles. So Katie, go ahead and take it away.
All right, thank you, Tommy. Sorry, everyone, I've been losing my voice all week, so bear with me. Hopefully it sticks with me. This is a shorter presentation. So my name is Katie King. I'm with the California Air Resources Board, and previously I worked with the San Diego Air Pollution Control District as an inspector. So I looked at the equipment that I'm about to talk to you about today. So let's get into who must comply. Unlike a lot of our other regulations, off-road equipment exemptions are not based on who's operating the equipment for the most part. The main two exemptions for this regulation are personal use equipment and equipment that's used 100% of the time for agriculture. Emergency use vehicles, dedicated snow removal vehicles, and equipment that's used a majority of the time for agriculture, so that's less than 100%, but over 50, those are all partially exempt. So they're required to report and label, but they do not have to follow the performance standards of this regulation. The main thing we're looking for to see if this regulation applies is the engine. So the engines we're referring to are diesel engines that can run any form of diesel. That includes biodiesel, red dye diesel, any form of diesel in a compression ignition engine is diesel fuel under this regulation. This also applies, again, if you're using some other type of fuel in a diesel compression engine, it's still a diesel engine. The next thing we're looking for is that the vehicle is self-propelled. So when I say that, it means it is not an engine that's placed on a trailer that needs to be pulled around a job site. These types of vehicles typically have an operator that can sit in the vehicle and move the vehicle around. So the vehicle is able to move itself. That also means if the vehicle is on tracks and you put it on a trailer, it's still capable of moving itself. So that's what we're looking at. It's capable of propelling itself. It also has to be 25 horsepower or greater. A lot of times we'll see mini excavators, mini skid steers, things like that, that are rated at 24.9 horsepower. That's completely intentional by the manufacturer because it does exempt them of this regulation. So again, 25 horsepower or greater. And the last thing we're looking for is that it's a true off-road engine. So a lot of times we'll see vehicles certified to an on-road standard, even though they're used off-road, that's going to be an on-road engine. There were also certain other inclusions that were specifically written into this regulation. So all oil field and natural gas workover rigs are included in this regulation, regardless of their engine type. All 2 engine cranes and water well drilling rigs are also included in this regulation. And then certain types of other 2 engine vehicles. So the general requirements of this regulation revolve around a fleet average. So the way that this works is you report every vehicle that meets the applicability into the diesel online off-road reporting system, which is the DOORS system. This includes everything under common ownership. Then by March 1st of each year, you go in and you certify that all of your fleet information that's been reported is still correct. This is also the time that you would update any low use hours, make sure that your fleet changes are updated, anything that's happened throughout the year. So if you sold vehicles, added vehicles, you go and certify that those were added in. This is called the ROAR report. And again, it's due by March 1st of every year. Even if there are no changes to your fleet, you go in before March 1st and certify that the reported information is correct. Once a vehicle is reported into this system, it also needs to be labeled. So when you report, the system will generate an equipment identification number, which is an EIN. That's a 7-digit alphanumeric number for your piece of equipment. It should be 2 letters, 1 number, 1 letter, 2 numbers. So they always follow that format. If you see something different, you want to double check in your system. And additionally, it's typically a red background with white lettering unless you're a captive attainment fleet. When you are adding vehicles to your fleet, you also need to be aware that there is a tier band. What that means is that based on the year and the horsepower of the equipment, you need to be careful what you purchase and add into your fleet. The tier band focuses on the purchase date. So for tier 0 and tier 1 equipment, that's been banned since 2016 for all fleet sizes. So no tier 0 or tier 1 equipment can be added to fleets after that date. Tier 2 has been banned for medium and large fleets and will be banned beginning in 2023 for small fleets.
Hey, Katie.
Yes.
You have a question that you should go over again.
Okay.
Somebody's wanting you to repeat the EIN ID format.
Okay, so it's 2 letters, 1 number, 1 letter, 2 numbers. And I think there's an example photo in here if I'm not misremembering. So hopefully we'll show that. Thank you, Randy. Is there anything else?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. So back to the tier band. Again, it doesn't mean you can't own the equipment currently. It just means it can't be added to the fleet after the tier band date. The last couple things are administrative portions of the regulation. So there is a limit on idling and a sales disclosure requirement. The limit on idling is there's a 5-minute limitation for any unnecessary idling. So if the idling is not necessary to perform the function of that vehicle, then there's a 5-minute limitation. The sales disclosure that's required just is a notification when you're selling the equipment that there is a regulation in California that pertains to that equipment, and you do have to retain that for 3 years. We have that available on our enforcement page if anyone does want a copy. So after all of your equipment is reported, we use a formula to create an emission rate for each piece of equipment in your fleet, and that goes toward your fleet average. The emission rate is based on the grams of brake horsepower of NOx that equipment emits. The great thing is you don't have to do any of this math. The system will do it for you. Once you have the average, you compare it to the fleet target. The target is a set number and it gets lower every year. So the target is based on what your fleet size is. Larger fleets have lower targets. Once your fleet rate and emission rate is higher than your fleet target, that's when you're required to take action to reduce your emissions in order for your fleet to remain compliant. The reporting system automatically excludes any partially exempt equipment from this. So low use, emergency, snow removal, agriculture equipment, none of that affect your fleet average. The target needs to be met annually by January 1st. A second method you can use to comply is the best available control technology method. For that one, you need to turn over 10% of your fleet or reduce the emissions for 10% of your fleet, again, by January 1st. So if all of your equipment, let's say, is 1,000 horsepower, you commit to reducing the emissions of 100 horsepower of your fleet. You can do this by filtering, you can retire that equipment, you can drop it into permanent low use. Those are all options to reduce the emissions of that horsepower. So the great thing about that method is you don't need to make a purchase in order to comply. You can, retire equipment or lose equipment and still meet your compliance requirements. As a recap, the reporting is required by March 1st, and you must take action to be in compliance with your emission requirements by January 1st of each year. So now we'll talk about another off-road regulation for vehicles that are not diesel fired. This is the large spark ignition regulation. The large spark ignition regulation applies to spark ignition forklifts, tow tractors, sweepers, and airport ground support equipment, again with a horsepower of 25 or greater and 1 liter displacement of the engine. So it has to meet both of those conditions, 25 horsepower or greater and 1 liter displacement. This refers to propane equipment, not diesel. In order for this to apply, you have to have 3 or more forklifts or tow tractors. So as an example, if you have 1 or 2, the regulation doesn't apply. If you have 3, there's still no requirements. It's only when you get that 4th piece of equipment that there is a requirement. Also, when you're making that count, you do have to include your electric equipment under this regulation because they actually reduce your total fleet emissions. So they're beneficial to include, but you do have to include them in your total count for the applicability. So again, as an example, if you had 3 electric forklifts and 1 propane forklift, under this regulation, you have 4 forklifts and the regulation does apply. For the count, you also separate out the types of equipment. So if you have 3 forklifts and you have 3 tow tractors, you're still exempt. If you have 4 forklifts or 4 other type of equipment that meets the definition of the rule, then you are subject to it. There is a reporting requirement for this regulation and a labeling requirement. The labels are only on one side for this one. Additionally, we do offer classes, Randy and I, full classes for both of these regulations. So if you are interested in more information, we have both of those available. If you have questions on these sort of fleets and you need assistance, we have reporting assistance. If you want help just fleet planning or figuring out the regulation, we do have resources available to you. We have the website for the off-road zone, which is that bottom link there. That has a full section for diesel and LSI. You can also access our training schedule there. We update it regularly. We have the Knowledge Center that has fact sheets. And again, if you're interested in the full classes, you can go to that off-road zone and sign up for the classes there.
And then Katie, I know we removed the poll on this one, so we are good. And Randy, you want to come on if there are any other questions that came up for Katie? before I move to the session evaluation?
Yeah, actually, I answered all of them in the Q&A, so there aren't any additional questions.
Awesome. Great.
Thank you.
Katie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And I'm going to take control away from you. There you go. And again, Katie will also be monitoring chat. And as a reminder today, I will launch. We're going to do our first poll, and it's an evaluation. And so after each session today, we're going to get feedback. So I'm going to go ahead and launch this poll. This is for internal purposes for us to be able to improve on future one-stop truck events. So please go ahead and answer now. And just as a reminder, we do so appreciate all the questions that have come in. We have a couple different folks monitoring the questions that come in, but please make sure and you use the Q&A button at the bottom of your toolbar to ask any content related questions. If they're technical related questions, you can use the chat, but please keep it over on the Q&A and on there. So that's awesome. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and give a couple more seconds on the poll. Again, please just go ahead and answer how you felt the presentation went so we can use it for going forward. So while we do that, I'm going to go ahead and leave the poll up on one. And hold on just a sec here. There we go. So I'll leave the poll up here while I introduce Kathleen Mead. She is the air pollution specialist, and she's going to share how CARB ensures your equipment meets requirements and is durable. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. Thank you everybody to this point who gave feedback on that. We will have other opportunities now that we've made time up, thanks to Randy and Katie. So again, thank you too for that. And then I'm going to go ahead and start Kathleen's presentation. So here we go.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Mead, and I'm the Heavy Duty Engine Technology Advocate for Air Resources Board. I work for the Emissions Certification and Compliance Division, and I'm here to talk to you about how we ensure the products that you get meet the requirements and provide emission control equipment that is durable. Here are the multiple steps CARB takes before and after the sale of a product to ensure the product you get meets the requirements. All of these steps focus on the manufacturer, but one of them we'd like to emphasize because of the benefits it provides you, the end user. CARB's in-use programs involves evaluating trucks through our warranty and in-use testing programs to ensure manufacturers produce durable emission control components and meet emission standards for the useful life of the engine. For heavy-duty engines, the emission control equipment useful life is 435,000 miles. In addition, the warranty for up to model year 21 is 100,000 miles and 5 years. But starting with model year 22, for California certified engines only, we are bumping that up to 350,000 miles and 5 years. There's no hour limitation on this. So, how can we help you? Manufacturers are required to report product failures. From this information, we identify and we can test and encourage or force recalls on defective parts or require additional warranty. We can help you by providing warranty information from these recalls and extended warranties. We're always looking for failures during useful life, and feel free to report to us failures that maybe manufacturers are not reporting, things like NOx sensors, engine gas recirculation or EGRs, selective catalytic regeneration or SCRs. have been shown to fail, and we work with the manufacturer to get them replaced with durable components. To get our help, please call this 800 number, 800-242-4450, or email us at helpline@arb.gov to help you with engine-related issues. How can you help us? We need to test trucks, and we need your truck to help. We are looking for well-maintained trucks under 435,000 miles to test. If you want to let us use your vehicle, we will provide restorative maintenance on it. If it's near a maintenance interval, we'll do it for free. And if your battery is weak, we will replace it. We will provide you with an incentive of $1,500 per week. And when we return it, it'll be nice and clean and refueled with both regular fuel and DEF. We want to return it to you in better condition than we received it. Also, you have the knowledge that you're helping clean air. Here's a picture of our apparatus that we do the testing. You can see in the middle, right in the middle there is our testing equipment. We attach your vehicle to the testing equipment and evaluate its emissions. We're currently looking for 2018 Cummins X15 engine families ending in XAW and 2018 and 2019 PACCAR MX13 12.9 liter engines. We're also starting up in-use testing for off-road engines, and we will be looking for those also. So to get the latest recall information, or if you have a vehicle which we are looking to test, please contact for on-road vehicles Juan Avila, or for off-road vehicles Julie Lee. We want to thank you for your time and your efforts that contribute to us keeping the air clean.
All right. So that was a presentation from Kathleen Mead. I'm going to go ahead and launch this real quick here. So if you can please go ahead and rate that session. I know it was brief. We'll put some. So we'll go through and move through to the next section. So hold on just a sec.
Good morning.
Great. All right. So we're going to move. So we do have a poll up, and hold on, I'm going to give you folks a little bit more time here to complete the evaluation before we move on. And if we'll hold on just a sec. Great. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. So thank you all who have completed it to this point. All right, hold on just a second. I'm going to bring another poll up here. All right, I'm actually going to forego this one for right now and move over to the other one, having issues bringing it up. All right, so next up, we're going to have the heavy duties coming up. So if you can go ahead and come on air for me. All right, Bruce.
All right,
Yeah, hello, sir. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and run your session for you, your slides for you. But we have Bruce Tudor. He was our MC at the beginning of the morning, and he is back on again for his presentation. Bruce Tudor, he is the manager of the Compliance Assistance and Outreach section, and is ready to talk with us about the zero emission regulations that are already in place for medium and heavy duty vehicles and what other zero emission regulations are in the works. So Bruce, go ahead and take it away. And then when you're ready to move on through the next slide, just say next slide for me.
Will do, Tony. Thank you. All right. As I mentioned at the beginning of the program, we're not only now talking to you about our diesel regulations, what you need to do to comply, but we're going to start giving you more and more information about zero emission vehicles, the kinds of things that are out there, what our regulations are doing or are going to do, because they're coming. Zero emission vehicles, the vehicles are here. Requirements will be coming down the road, and we'll talk about some of those things in a moment. Tommy, next slide, please. Perfect. All right. So that you know, and I mentioned our current diesel regulations. There's some new ones. I think you probably heard about some of those, such as I&M from Randy. But these are all driven by these various plans that you see here. California, since 2000, actually just before 2000, has had strategies to reduce diesel particulate matter. Again, you just see some of those here. And now our core strategies are really going to zero emission vehicles where feasible and to cleaner fuels and cleaner combustion elsewhere. So next slide, please, Toby. This gives you a little bit of an idea of what we've done since 2018. What you see down on the green, I'll talk about that just very briefly first. Down below the timeline in the green, those regulations are aimed mostly at current diesel vehicles. We increased the requirements on smoke tests a couple of years ago. Truck omnibus regulation requires lower NOx. Sorry, I just heard a strange sound. Lower NOx emitting vehicles. We think the federal government is going to come on board with those same standards very soon. Heavy duty and I&M, again, I think Randy talked about that. That's in development right now, and that will help make sure that trucks are as clean as they're supposed to be. Going to be just really very similar. The idea anyway is very similar to what's done for cars right now. The yellow, those are the zero emission vehicle regulations that we have adopted or are set to adopt over the next coming couple of years or so. And again, we'll go into a couple of those at a little bit of detail in just a moment, but you can see there are a lot of them. And it's not just trucks, not at all just trucks. We're looking at forklifts, other off-road equipment, hovercraft, a number of things. So again, don't think that it's just trucks that we think can be electrified. Next slide, Tony. All right, great. So this was the first one that we adopted about 2 years ago. You'll see 2019. Basically what it does is it requires airport shuttle buses to start those fleets, to start moving towards zero emission vehicles. Now, here's why we started with things such as airport shuttle buses. And then the next slide is going to be transit buses. Those vehicles have very fixed routes. They don't travel that far during their route for the day. They have an opportunity to go in and get a charge throughout the day. So, even if they're going a little bit further than what their battery will take them, they can keep charging throughout the day. We call that opportunity charging. So that's one of the reasons that we looked at airport shuttle buses first. Next slide, please, Tommy. Sorry, hold on. Where did we not have ICT? I'm sorry. Maybe I mentioned transit. We did the same thing with transit buses. Maybe that's the next slide, and I'm just out of order. But I'll go to this now. So a year ago, we adopted the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation. Now, what that does, that's a manufacturer-based regulation, and it will require that manufacturers of heavy-duty vehicles sell a certain percentage of zero-emission vehicles in California every year. So what I mean by that is, and I don't, you can see the percentages here. So let's say that last one, 2035, depending on the type of vehicle, a manufacturer, 40 to 75% of their sales of vehicles in California will have to be zero emission. All right. So that's really creating a supply of these zero emission vehicles. That's where we're at currently. Next slide, Tony. All right, so you don't think it's just California. It's not. This map shows you all of the states that have signed on to an MOU. That's a memorandum of understanding. To basically move forward with zero emission vehicles in their states. You can see there's a bunch of states out there. The goal of this is 30% zero emission vehicle sales by 2030 and 100% by 2050. One thing I wanted to mention on that 100%, in the ACT regulation that we just saw a moment ago, you saw that it stopped at 75% sales. In the upcoming regulation that we're working on right now that I'll mention in just a moment, or that we'll talk about in just a moment, we're going to change that to by 2040, 100% sales of zero emission vehicles. So we're not changing the current advanced clean truck regulation, but we are adding a new requirement to basically, again, take manufacturers to 100% of their vehicles being sold in California will have to be zero emission. And again, that's where feasible. But you can see that these states alone represent about 40% of the truck sales in the United States. That's a lot of trucks. That's a lot of states that are going to be moving towards zero emission. In addition, a lot of these states are already looking at our regulations, such as advanced clean trucks, and they'll be looking at our advanced clean fleet regulation that we're going to talk about in a minute. And they will be adopting all or part of those. The way the federal law works, they can't do that until California adopts something, but they're very eager to basically sign on and adopt some of the rules that we've adopted. Next slide, please, Tommy. All right, so then the question becomes, okay, great. So you guys are going to be making me, at some point in the future, buy zero emission trucks. Are there any out there? Yeah, there's a lot out there. And we realize that some of these are, still in various phases of development. But we're going to show you in a moment some of the trucks that are out there now, or that, are expected to be out there in the next year or two. I also realize right now that just like pretty much everything, even regular cars and trucks, because of the supply chain issues, some of these can be hard to get right now. But that doesn't mean that they're not out there, and that market is growing all the time. Technology advancements are one of the big issues. I was talking to someone not that long ago that works for one of the federal energy labs, and they do a lot of research on zero emission vehicles, both fuel cell and battery electric vehicles. One of the things that they said, and they've been following this for a long time, is that battery prices have come down so much in the last couple of years that they didn't expect battery prices to be this low for another 4 or 5 years. The technology is growing. The demand is driving, just like everything, the demand will drive the prices down. Okay. Infrastructure build out, I mentioned that. We're not going to go into a lot of that. I mentioned it very early in the program. If you're interested in issues about infrastructure, and that's a big topic right now, we will have some workshops coming up specific to that. So, make sure and stay tuned to our Advanced Clean Fleets regulatory development. It's under that process that you'll see those work groups. Next slide, please, Tommy. All right, again, just to demonstrate, there are things out there right now. These are what are out there today. On the far right-hand side, we do talk about Class 8 trucks. Some of these are, in fact, many of these are retrofits. So they're not necessarily straight from the manufacturer yet, but a lot of manufacturers either have or will have within the next couple of years commercially available heavy-duty zero-emission vehicles. But as you move down the line, as you get to the Class 2B and 3, the Class 4 and 5s, and even Class 6 and 7s, there are a lot of zero-emission vehicles out there. Some of the very large companies such as UPS, Amazon, and so forth have some very strong commitments to go completely zero emission over the coming years, and to go in large part zero emission over the next year or two. Again, they're driving that market. Next slide, please. Okay, last slide about the trucks that are available. What you see right now is that in 2020, there are about 93 different models of zero emission vehicles available. And again, that spans the range from Class 2B. So, your like dually F-250 and up, clear up to Class 8 vehicles. In 2023, we expect there'll be 109 or more available, and that's coming from the manufacturers and what they've been telling us as far as their development. Okay. And also, one thing that's really important here, I think, is right now, it's the new startup companies. In many cases, it's new startup companies that are leading the way, but major manufacturers are really coming on board. And I think we're going to have a slide about that in just a moment. Next slide, please. And we do. And you'll see these are what are available today in larger, basically in Class 7 and 8 trucks. This is what, sorry. This is, you'll see under 2020, these slides are a few months old. It changes so often that we have a hard time updating them. But in 2020, these are the trucks that we expect to come online to be commercially available or to be very, very close to commercially available. 2022, you'll see that Freightliner gets in. And then Nikola, if you haven't heard of Nikola, they are a company that is developing fuel cell electric vehicles. We know that battery electric may not be the best way to go for many of you. If you have heavy duty vehicles, fuel cell may be a better option. And yes, the vehicles are there, the infrastructure is coming. So, you know, more hydrogen stations are being planned, more battery charging, including public charging, is being planned. And in fact, a lot of those things are already in the early development stages, the permitting stages, and so forth, a lot of those projects. Next slide, please. All right, we've talked about the rules that we have. What are we working on right now? We're working on the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation. I mentioned Advanced Clean Trucks a little bit ago, and how the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation is going to really drive supply of vehicles. This regulation will drive the demand for vehicles. Now, who does it impact? I don't want everybody to think that in the next 5 years, you know, or even 10 years, you know, you've got a small fleet, you're a single owner operator. That doesn't necessarily mean that in the next few years this regulation is going to impact you, right? There are some instances where it might, and again, I would really pay attention to our regulatory development process, that Advanced Clean Fleets rule. But this is designed initially to affect what we call priority private fleets, drayage, those are the trucks coming in and out of ports, if you don't know, and then government-owned fleets, all right? That private fleets, what is that? And you'll see here, it's companies with $50 million or more in gross annual revenue, or with 50 or more vehicles. This regulation will start, as you'll see those timeframes in the third bullet there, it will start driving those fleets to more and more zero emission vehicles. And it depends on the type of vehicle, the timing depends on the type of vehicle, the type of work that you do, depends on a lot of things. And this isn't the forum that we're going to go into those kind of details, right? But really, when we talk about priority fleets, what it really is in general, it's the types of vehicles in many instances, vehicles in larger fleets that are in the neighborhoods all the time. Drayage, you know, going back and forth to ports, they run, you know, through neighborhoods. Those, you know, the freeways run through neighborhoods that are really negatively impacted by those emissions. The priority fleets, you know, it will be something like UPS and Amazon. Those fleets will be some of the first ones because of the types of work that they do. They run pretty fixed routes. They have an opportunity to, what I mentioned earlier, opportunity charge. So get little charges throughout the day. And, you know, again, they're in your neighborhood all the time. What does this regulation apply to? Vehicles with a gross vehicle weight of 8,500 pounds or more. That's Class 2B and up. All right. I mentioned the kind of the rollout time frame here. Again, if you want more information, look at the regulatory pages. It'll give you all the information you possibly want. And I think I said already, it complements the Advanced Clean Truck regulation. This drives the demand. Advanced Clean Trucks drives the supply. Next slide, please, Tony. All right, so that kind of gives you an idea of what's coming up from CARB. And if you want more information, I mentioned things such as our Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation webpage. Here's a link to that. Go there, you can learn more. CalSTART is an organization that we work closely with. They have a lot of great information on their website about vehicles that are available and maybe how to get them. I encourage you, if you're interested at all, go to CalSTART's website. California HFIP, that is a page where you might find that there is some funding available if you want to move to zero emission now or in the near future. I will tell you, really popular program because a lot of people do want to go to zero emission vehicles so that funding can go quickly. But if you don't know, there was a lot of new money put into the state budget for electric vehicles and infrastructure, charging infrastructure, fuel cell infrastructure. And that was thank you to the fact that we had a very large surplus in the budget this year. So that's that. I don't know if we have any questions. Katie, I think you'll probably be asking them if we do.
We did have one question. Can you give an idea of what they cost?
I can, but I'll tell you what, the best place to find out is this CalSTART website. Again, the costs are changing all the time, and it really varies a great deal depending on the type of vehicle that you want. And what I mean by that is, especially if you need a specialty vehicle, it's considerably more. I know with transit buses, they're, I think, in that kind of $350,000 range. So about $100,000 or maybe a little more than a regular transit bus. There's a lot of funding that is available for those. I don't know as much on the very heavy side, and I don't want to tell you something that's wrong. They are more expensive right now than diesel vehicles or even natural gas, but they really save a lot of money. And we're going to have a presentation later in the day that talks a little bit about that. Not only is there much less maintenance, not only do you save money on fuel, but there's also something called the low carbon fuel standard. You can actually make money by going to a zero emission vehicle. And again, we'll talk about that briefly in a little bit. But again, they are more expensive. The lighter duty vehicles aren't that much more expensive, but I encourage you to go to the CalSTART website. They really keep that really up to date. Anything else, Katie?
I've been trying to track down the answer on this one, so I'm not sure if you know, but do we have a list of OEMs that sell the vehicles with the VIP rebates?
Yes, go to the HFIP website. That the one that's a middle bullet there, third bullet down. That will give you a list of all the manufacturers that are eligible and all the vehicles that are eligible for HFIP funding.
Okay, I have that link all set up to go. So thank you, Bruce.
All right. So with that, it sounds like there are no more questions. If you do put some into the Q&A later, I will try and answer them as we go on, and I'll turn it back over to Tony.
Yeah, Bruce. So a couple of things. We do have, I'm going to go ahead and launch a poll here. So we're going to relaunch this one right here. And can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, so this we're going to do pre, but we'll just go ahead and run it now. It's just as how familiar are you with the zero emission trucks such as battery, electric, fuel cells trucks? And you have a couple different options there. And so Bruce, just we have two more poll questions after this one, but just so you can see, get an idea, we got folks go ahead and giving their participation, their answer on there. That's awesome. So Bruce, if you wanted to comment on kind of what the results were coming through on there.
I am not seeing the results, Tony.
Oh, okay. So what I'll do is I'm going to end the poll here in, let's say, 10 seconds, and then I'll share them. That way you can see them on here, kind of see how folks are voting. So we're at about, I'm going to let us get to a couple more folks. I'm going to go ahead and close it down in about 5 seconds. And then you'll have another opportunity for two more polls here to show, and then I'll publish that on here. So I'm going to go ahead and end the poll and share the results. There you go, Bruce. Can you see the results now?
I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, perfect. And it's fantastic that actually just about 20% have some familiarity, and maybe they own or are in the process of getting some of these vehicles. One thing I'd like to point out is we know this is complicated, right? This is very difficult. The whole process to moving zero emission is very different, not difficult, very different than than what it's been in combustion, in diesel and natural gas. We will be moving many of these types of events that we're having today. We will be having more of those that are focused strictly on what you need to do to go zero emission. So if you're not familiar with them now, we will be having events that really help you get familiar with those.
Great. All right. So I'm going to stop sharing this one. And I'm going to move to the next one here. I'll go ahead and launch this. All right. So how long is your most common route? If you guys can just go ahead and give us an idea, how long you have each day that you are driving, and we'll have this up. And I don't know if you want to add anything up to this poll, any information while we wait on this, Bruce, for some results to come in.
I would just say one thing, and I didn't talk about this. I think that the presentation later today will probably get into it a little bit more. But these trucks really have quite a long range. 100 to 150 miles is not unusual at all right now. The heavy duty trucks, they're looking at well over 250 miles on a charge right now, and really up to 400 miles. And that's currently, obviously it depends on the load and the terrain, but we know that many trucks out there, the routes that they run can be done with zero emission vehicles.
Great.
Even now.
Awesome. So I'll go ahead and close it out. We have almost 100 people that have completed it. So I'm just going to end the poll. Thank you for those who participated. And then Bruce, just share the results for you. Can you see the results?
I can.
Yeah.
And that's fantastic. You'll see that 70%, nearly 70% of, and again, it depends on the type of work that you do as well. And I realize that. But from a range standpoint, nearly 70% of the folks that are in the audience today could easily find a vehicle that would fit that range requirement right now.
Awesome. Great. Okay, well, we got one more here. Let me bring it up. Or actually, you know what? I think this was it on this one. Yeah, this was it on there. So this was our poll question to answer. Bruce, thank you again for the presentation. And again, Bruce's slide that had references to some links. All of this content is on our the One Truck Stop website. It's the landing page where it's going to take you to the one-on-one assistance later on, as well as our exhibitors. So in terms of just to make sure, we did have somebody ask a question that they could not see the links to the PDF documents. And we found out that it was because they were using Microsoft Explorer. So just remember that, Explorer has been sunsetted, but I know a lot of computers may still be defaulted to Explorer. So make sure if you do like Explorer, Microsoft Edge is the replacement to Explorer. Chrome is always going to work the best. Safari works as well, but as a default, if you need to view any of the documents and the active links aren't coming up, please go ahead and use the Chrome browser on there. So I'm going to go back to our poll time here. So hold on just a sec. Let me make sure I pull the right one. So we are at medium and heavy duty, and I'm going to go ahead and launch this for everyone. So please, evaluation time, let us know what you thought of the presentation. Again, this is just for us to be able to evaluate how we can improve in the future for our presentation and make sure that the content that we go through makes good use of your time. So I'm going to go ahead and leave this up about another 10 seconds or so before we move on. And we did flip-flop a little bit in terms of when Bruce went. So Bruce, thank you for being available. We wanted to get caught back on time, so we flopped the break on there a little bit. And all right, guys, thank you again for completing the poll. I'm going to go ahead and end this one. And I'm gonna go one more forward. All right, so we are at break time right now. So we are, Jennifer, if you can let me know if we're okay still to take a 15-minute break.
Yeah, let's go ahead and break till 10:55, so we're back on schedule.
Okay. All right, awesome. So 10:55, I'll work on getting my timer up on this. And then we do have some rotating slides that I will switch over to this presentation. But just to let everybody know right now, please make sure that you, well, take your break for one. Appreciate your patience earlier this morning. And we will be back on at 10:55. Thank you. And everybody will be getting starting right now. Randy, I'm going to give you control.
All right.
You should have it in a second. And all right, everybody, thank you again. Welcome back from the break. We're going to go ahead and get started. And that we, again, thanks to all of our presenters first half for getting us back on track. So in our next section, we have Randy Ofer is back. Again, he's the air pollution specialist. He's back to tell us about the objectives of the heavy duty inspection and maintenance program, which is currently under development, and how you can give input through the development process. So Randy, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, Tommy. Good afternoon or good morning again, everybody. This program, as I was intimating when we went through the truck and bus regulation presentation and the PSIP regulation presentation, is an up and coming regulatory program. When I talked about the periodic smoke inspection program, I told you that was in place and that there were no. We've got somebody coming on audio. There we go. There we go. We were talking about the PSIP program actually applying to anybody with 2 or more vehicles operating in the state of California with gross weights over 6,000 pounds. This heavy duty vehicle inspection and maintenance program is the program that will wind up replacing PSIP for the most part in the state of California. Let's see if I can get there. All right. This regulation was actually brought about by Senate Bill SB 210, which was passed in 2019. And it gave direction to the Air Resources Board and other partner agencies to build a heavy duty inspection and maintenance program where we would extend the idea of in-use regulatory control over vehicles' emissions. So it has elements that apply to vehicle owners and drivers. It will require periodic testing, just like the periodic smoke inspection program. We're going to be using different enforcement mechanisms than we've used in the past, and there will be potential compliance assistance concepts that we're looking for. So we'll go through each of the proposed portions of the program. I want to tell you right now where we are with it. This particular regulatory program has already gone through all the workshops that it's going to have, and in just a few days, we're going to be entering the official comment period before the regulation goes to our board. So this is I guess the last point at which, if you have something that you want to bring to the table as far as what we can do with this regulation and the requirements, this is the opportunity that you have. As I said, this program directs CARB to develop and implement new comprehensive programs related to the heavy duty inspection and maintenance of heavy duty trucks. We're trying to target vehicles with higher emissions. That's the idea of the program. It's going to be all vehicles operating in the state of California. So the PSIP program before only applied to those that were California based. This HDINM program is going to apply to any vehicle that's in the state. It also is going to take into account something called onboard diagnostics. Onboard diagnostics is essentially the computer system that runs your vehicle. And with the advent of those being used in heavy duty diesel vehicles, they provide us an avenue for getting electronic checks on all the emissions related components of your vehicle. This is essentially a smog check for big trucks. And again, it's the same objectives that we had when we were talking about the periodic smoke inspection program. We're trying to keep the emissions of these vehicles low throughout the vehicle's life and make sure that all the controls that were put on these vehicles' engines at the factory were working properly, are working properly, as well as to minimize any downtime for the vehicles themselves. The applicability will be for any non-gasoline vehicle with a gross vehicle weight rating of more than 14,000 pounds operating in California. So again, that includes in-state, out-of-state, out-of-country. It applies to owners and operators. Let me talk just a second about the non-gasoline. The previous periodic smoke inspection program only applied to those diesel engines. This is a little bit broader range of vehicles because it will encompass, I don't know, compressed natural gas vehicles or any other vehicle that's operating on a fuel other than gasoline. Gasoline vehicles are handled under the Bureau of Automotive Repairs program, so they will be out of this particular program. All right, there are limited exemptions, although that is another thing that's different about this program from the periodic smoke inspection program is that PSIP had no exemptions. The upcoming replacement program will have some exemptions, and those will include any like zero emission trucks, military tactical vehicles, emergency vehicles. There's several different limitations that will actually be exempted. Trucks will be exempted. Here are some of the elements of the program. And again, I want to make sure I emphasize this as much as I can, because this is still a proposal until the board has actually authorized it and until it goes to the Office of Administrative Law and they've signed off on it. It's not technically a regulation. There is still an opportunity for you to participate in the formation of the requirements. For vehicle owner responsibilities, we're going to require that vehicles initially report the vehicle information. There will be a database that will be available starting in 2023. This will be connected to the Department of Motor Vehicles and registration programs, both in the state of California, as well as any IRP registration systems. So we're actually trying to minimize the reporting burden. In that case, you'll need to update information as needed. And this program will require that you have an annual compliance fee to obtain the certificate for your vehicle when it passes, and that certificate will have to be kept with the vehicle. Even if it's just electronically, that is going to be part of the program. If you have something called a mill light come on, this is the malfunction indicator light. Most typically, it's going to be the yellow engine light that comes on when you have a problem with the vehicle. A lot of people don't understand that light. There's more than one of those lights. You might have a red one that actually designates a major component of the engine as failing. But if the yellow one comes on, a lot of times it's connected to the onboard diagnostic systems and related to an emissions related component of the engine itself. If that mill light comes on, you automatically fail any emissions related test. So you have to have that fixed and repaired in a timely manner. For driver's responsibilities, if we do this wherever we do this in the state of California, it could be at CHP weigh stations or other roadside locations. You will be asked to show your compliance certificate, keep and show any documentation about who sent you to where you are. If you don't, I mean, you're moving somebody's load, so the documentation about where the load came from, because this rule also has a component to it where you have a broker dispatcher issue of hiring compliant drivers. The regulation allows our inspectors to perform any OBD or smoke opacity compliance testing. We will still be using the same monitors that we used before out in the field for the PSIP program. The additional thing that's going to happen with the HDI&M program is that there will be a visual component to the inspection. All right, so the visual component to the inspection actually involves one of our inspectors taking a look at the engine to see if any of the emissions control devices have been tampered with, disconnected, or completely taken off the engine. Any one of those things can fail that particular engine for this emissions related test. The testing is going to be, well, it's going to be done in phases actually, because initially it is going to be using the same device that we use in the periodic smoke inspection program as a main testing device. So the opacity meters that are currently being used will still be used initially. We're also talking about doing functional tests, as I said, OBD submissions for those vehicles that have onboard diagnostics. And the timing that we're looking at is to have the OBD submissions done twice per year and the opacity test done with the emissions testing unit twice per year, as well as the functional inspection. So let's talk about these inspections for just a minute. If you have an OBD equipped vehicle, there are going to be several options for conducting this test, some of which may involve you doing nothing. It may happen automatically. If you have a non-OBD equipped vehicle, that would be any truck under this rule with a pre-2013 model year engine, then the opacity test and the visual function test are going to be the only way that you can actually accomplish the compliance for this regulation. So for OBD, the testing options are this. There will be certified telematics providers, which are basically means that there's going to be a continuously connected device on the vehicle that every time you pass through an area or you go by someplace where we have these telematics service providers, then the test is automatically read and it automatically takes a reading from your system. There will also be a set of people that are trained and certified as heavy-duty inspection and maintenance testers. Similar to the CARB program that we have, there's just going to be an additional amount of training they have to go through in order to conduct both the visual inspection as well as the emission-related inspection. Some additional options that are possible are devices that can be checked out from a variety of locations like truck stops. They're called dongles, and I know that's a funny word, but really what it is more like a flash drive. And it's a flash drive that you can connect to the OBD sensor plug that's typically under the driver's steering column. And just take off, drive. You can get this thing from a kiosk located at one of these various locations throughout California and put it in there, drive, and then the next time you come to one of these stops where there's another kiosk, you put the device back in there. That'll automatically be sent, the information will be sent to the Air Resources Board, and that will be a functional test. That only works for OBD though. That does not include the visual inspection. For non-OBD vehicles, as I mentioned earlier, it's really the same test that we were doing for the periodic smoke inspection program. It uses something called the SAE J1667. You can see a picture of this on the screen right now, where we put a meter right above the stack and we have the engine go through a series of revs where we actually take a reading of smoke from the engine as it's being used. In this case, that opacity meter is just monitoring the level of light that passes through the smoke, as I said in an earlier presentation. In addition to that, and I've said this more than once, there will be a emission control equipment inspection where the tester is required to look at the engine and verify that the components that were installed on this engine at the factory that have emissions related are taken a look at. This testing has to be performed by somebody that's been trained to do so, and we're working on the course for that training as we speak. In fact, I'm one of the people that's on that particular group.
Hey, Randy, just a second here.
Sure.
One, I think your camera got shut off, and then two, one of our interpreters is asking if you could speak slightly slower on your presentation.
Okay, so Tommy, I saw that, but it says I cannot restart the video because the host has stopped it. Okay, all right.
Let's try that.
All right.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
No problem. No problem. All right, so some draft enforcement mechanisms. So we've gone through the basics of what the program is, essentially just an enhanced form of the periodic smoke inspection program. And now we've got to talk about how our enforcement of that program is going to happen. Let's back to this. All right. There will be roadside emissions monitoring systems. These, they're known by peaks, which don't ask me what that acronym means. It's related to just taking an instantaneous reading of the emissions coming from a particular source, as like a vehicle, as it drives past. We're in testing phase with these units right now. You can see a picture of a truck going through one down below. There will be a network of these deployed throughout the state, and they've been used in the past. In the past, what we have been looking for are what are called high emitting vehicles. And the idea there was if we can catch the vehicles that are doing higher than normal emissions, we have a better chance of cleaning those vehicles up faster and reducing the load for everybody else has to be under this test. Now, initially, when this program is implemented, we're talking about in the 2023 and beyond timeframe, the peak system is what's going to be deployed throughout the state. So that's going to be the initial thrust to get the inspections done on this. All the rest of the programs, some of them will be in place and some of them will be phased in as we get further along. There's an automated license plate recognition camera network that will be set out with the peaks system. And the idea here is we can identify the vehicle's emissions as well as connect it to the identification of the vehicle itself. Now, this can cross-check with our database. It also is something that we can cross-check with DMV, but because it looks at the captured license plates and the fleet information. For freight contractor facilities, we're looking at these are typically closed facilities where they don't just allow anybody in. You have to have some type of identification to get into most ports or rail yards. And so we're looking at the organizations that run those localities to actually have some compliance requirements. The freight contractors have to verify that the fleets that they hire and dispatch are compliant with this regulation. The ports also have to require that only those compliant with this program enter or operate on their properties. If they allow a vehicle that's not in compliance with this regulation, that is possible, but they would have to do an additional report in order to make sure that it's known that a vehicle did get on the site without being compliant. For field enforcement, our field officers always work in coordination with the California Highway Patrol, and AB 210 or SB 210 authorizes the CHP to look for the mill lights, to validate compliance certificates, and to validate visible smoke. Now, this is something we're working with CHP on to make sure that they're on board with us, but it is going to be something that's transitional, which means that we'll probably have to work and make the program get better as time goes on. The compliance certificate, which is something that you can only get once you have passed the emissions test and have your vehicles reported. It is something that all vehicles will have to have. It can be digital, as I said before, in order to legally operate in the state of California. The criteria here is that the certificate has to provide the owner information, the vehicle information. They have to be in good standing with the testing requirements. They can't have any other enforcement issues. Like, for example, if we did a high emitter screen on them and they came back as being one of the high emitters, and there is an annual compliance fee. As with the truck and bus regulation and some of our other rules in the future, DMV registration is part of the ticket. So I shouldn't have used the term ticket, it's part of the program. We will coordinate with them to make sure that those vehicles that are not in compliance with this program will not be allowed to register their vehicle either through the California system or through an IRP. There are some potential compliance assistance concepts. We're evaluating options to assist smaller fleets, those with 3 or fewer trucks, helping them to comply with this program and perhaps repairing their vehicles, maybe repair time extensions for unavoidable delays, or truck purchase extensions. That's actually a pretty big one now because we have an issue right now with delivery of vehicles and equipment all across this country. And if you're purchasing a piece of equipment or a vehicle to comply with one of our rules, A lot of our rules have that flexibility that is supposed to take into account the idea that there is an unavoidable delay. And there might be compliance extensions that have to be approved through what are called referees. Some of you may not actually be in the know as far as the referee is concerned. Referee is a program that is operated through a contract with the Bureau of Automotive Repair. Currently, if you take a vehicle in for a smog inspection and it doesn't pass for whatever reason, one of the choices you have is to take it to an approved station that has very specific ability to control parameters in the software that most stations will not. These stations are referee stations because they can look at things and in ways and work with the software in different ways than any other smog inspection station can. We plan to have the referee program as part of this I&M program. And as far as when this is going to happen, phase 1 starts in 2023. We'll be doing the high emitter vehicle screening with the peaks monitors, and vehicle owners will have to start establishing their accounts by July 1st of that year. The second phase is going to begin after the account establishment. July 1st of 2023, that's when there will be an enforcement of the compliance certificates requirements, and the registration holds for California registered vehicles and IRP can happen. Third phase isn't going to take place until January 1st of 2024, and that's when the actual periodic test requirement begins. So the phase-in is going to go basically, we're doing screening, we're getting people registered, and we're requiring the certificate. We can start with DMV, but the actual requirement for you to do periodic testing doesn't happen until 2024. Here's some next steps. As I said, we already have finished for this particular program all the workshops and work group meetings. We have and I know this is a little outdated, but we have already released the third draft of the proposed regulation, and we're headed for a board hearing that's going to happen in late December. One more thing that should be on this slide, and I know I've already said it, but we are coming upon the open comment period, the official comment period, that legally has to happen prior to a regulation being adopted by our board. That's a 45-day period. I believe it will start on October 15th. So if you have concerns with this, if you have ideas that you want to throw out there as possibilities, or if you just don't understand all the requirements, because this is a brief covering of what this program is, then you should absolutely participate in that open comment period. Every comment that will be made is going to be official, and it has to be part of the documentation as the regulation moves forward. If you need more information, we've got some links here that go to the CARB's website for this program, as well as the listserv that you can subscribe to if you want to receive direct information about the HDI&M program. And there are some contacts here if you have direct questions for the staff that are responsible for the processing of this rule or this program. And I think with that, Tommy, that's the end of my presentation.
Great, thank you. Katie, are you on? Did you have any questions that came in for Randy?
I am on. There aren't any current questions that we're not going to answer in the Q&A.
Great. All right, so let me bring up, I'm going to close this out and all right, everyone. So let me go to the next slide. So we got a session evaluation. Hold on just a sec so I can take back control here. All right. Let me pull up the poll. We got many polls in here, so I just want to make sure I'm pulling up the right one. Heavy duty inspection. All right, let's launch it. All right, so if you, everyone can go ahead and just complete the session evaluation. Again, give feedback about the data that you just heard. That would be great. And while we do that, I'm going to go ahead and advance here one more time. There we go. I'll leave that up. Give you guys a little bit more time to to answer the evaluation. And then while we do that, Brandon, hold on a sec. I'll give you authority to do remote control here. Let me work on that right now. Okay, Brandon. So I'll go ahead and introduce you. You should be good to go to start moving your slides after I do the introduction. If you have any issues, just let me know. So next up, we have Brandon Rose. He's an air pollution specialist and is excited to share information with us about the availability of cleaner and zero emission technologies for medium and heavy duty vehicles, and how you can start building your zero emission fleet and meet your fueling charging needs. So Brandon, go ahead and take it away.
All right, thank you, Tommy. Welcome everybody. I'm Brandon Rose. I'm a longtime staff at the Air Resources Board. I was part of the team that actually wrote the truck and bus rule and getting Facebook pop-up reminders from 13 years ago with some late nights. So it's interesting to watch that rule progress. So as we've been talking about today, we're moving into this realm of electrification. It's technology that really didn't exist 10 years ago and really was nascent 5 years ago, but now we really see the pathway for this to become commonplace. And it's also, as we talked about today, it's really important to meet our greenhouse gas goals as well. Every vehicle, every diesel conventional vehicle pulled off the road and replaced with something zero emission makes a big difference. So put together this presentation, mix the previous new tech presentation and try to make it into how to go electric, really to try to give you some introduction to the technology, but also how might I actually implement it? And it's definitely a new tech, so it's a work in progress. And so this is our first attempt. So let's just sort of get your feet wet. Yeah.
You can slow down. The interpreters could use that, and we have lots of time right now, so take your time.
Thank you. So let me just jump slides here.
But now you're muted.
Lovely.
You're good now.
Tommy I can't, there we go. All right, it's advancing. Sorry about that.
No worries. And if at any point you have issues, just let me know and I can advance.
Okay. Hopefully it will behave. So let me go ahead. This is just an overview slide. It's a fairly lengthy presentation. First, I'm going to explain a little bit about the battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. I'll discuss briefly the types of chargers and some resources to find stations. And then I'll discuss the benefits of the vehicles and some of the drawbacks that you need to consider. Then we'll switch over to more of a project planning discussion. We'll think about fleet needs, who to partner with, and what kind of a team to build to make this happen. We'll also then talk about where to find vehicle information, what site and infrastructure considerations are needed. And then finally, we'll talk a little bit about realistic timelines and some costs as well. Okay, so first, what is a battery electric vehicle? A battery electric vehicle, or a BEV, runs on electricity, so they have zero tailpipe emissions. The vehicle uses batteries as the sole source of power for vehicle movement and auxiliary power, so such as heat and air. So a BEV, they use an electric motor instead of an engine, and a battery pack instead of a fuel tank. So it's important to know that they need to be plugged in to recharge regularly. The vehicles themselves, because they're electric, are very efficient compared to an internal combustion engine. But there's some different terminology. And so one of the terms that's used in the electric vehicle space is miles per gallon equivalent, or MPGE. And this allows us to compare the fuel efficiency between conventional vehicles and electric. Another common term that's used is miles per kilowatt hour, which can be confusing. A kilowatt hour, or kWh, is what you're used to seeing on your electric utility bill, and it's basically a volume of electricity over time. So I think it's going to be real important as we move into electrification you'll start seeing your power bill and your transportation overlap. So most trucks can drive about 1/2 to 2 miles per kWh. And of course varies. A big heavy semi could be as little as half a mile per kWh, while cars today, the latest electric vehicles can get 3 and upwards of 4 miles per kWh. But this is tricky because sometimes you can also see the kilowatt hours per mile instead of the miles per kilowatt hour. And so sometimes you have to divide to make sure that you're thinking about the same thing. And then one other note, because the electricity grid is getting cleaner and cleaner with more and more renewable energy like solar and wind, these vehicles are going to get cleaner and cleaner over time as the grid gets cleaner as well. So at the bottom of this slide, I have just a simple diagram of how the battery electric powertrain works. You can see there on the left, there's a charger, and then a charge controller feeds electricity to the battery pack. So remember that the grid and, excuse me, the electric motor run on alternating current or AC power, while the batteries run on direct current or DC power. All right, so there is an onboard inverter that automatically changes to the electricity to whatever is actually needed. Then there's a battery management system that basically controls all of this, controls something like the temperatures, where the charging is going as well, and where. And then there's the actual electric motor that mechanically drives the powertrain and the wheels. Sometimes the motors are integrated directly into each wheel, each hub. Sometimes it's going to be a more traditional powertrain setup. And then the batteries can be on the side or sometimes between the frame rails. And we're seeing more and more integration in this space. So I have a picture here on this slide of a battery electric powertrain. This one is actually, I took from Motive. And you can see the equipment up in the front of the vehicle, and then the battery boxes at the back between the wheels. And then the chassis can contain any number of different body types. We're seeing more and more integration as we move from existing powertrains that were retrofit with electrified technology. You're seeing much more from the ground up electrified technology. And so it makes, it reduces costs, but it also streamlines the designs and makes them more flexible. Okay, so this next slide, I wanted to give you a charging introduction. Let's talk about charging a little bit. It's really complex, and so I'm just sort of give you a high overview. Don't worry if you don't catch it all, because it's a lot to take in, and you can do a whole presentation just on this. But as I mentioned before, the battery electric vehicles, they need to be plugged in and charged regularly. So the amount of time it takes to charge depends on the power output of the charging station and the vehicle's ability to take a charge. So remember that these vehicles have a complex onboard charger that communicates with the station and self-regulates charging speed based on the number of factors like the temperature, the battery capacity, the battery chemistry, and the station output. So basically, the higher the station's output, the faster the charging, right? It's no brainer. But one of the common terms that you will see is miles of range added per minute, or per 10 minutes, or maybe miles of range added per hour. Because the math itself, some of the charging will start out really quickly when your battery is really low, it will charge fast, but then as it fills up, it slows down. And so it can be a little bit tricky to calculate. So we tend to just say, how much can I add per X minutes or per X hours? Okay. I also want to give just a quick overview of the different types of charging stations and the charge connectors, also known as plugs. So there's 3 basic station types. There's level 1, there's level 2, and then there's DC fast charging, also called DCFC. Sometimes these are called level 3 stations, but that's technically not correct when you start looking at the codes, but you do see that pretty common. So level 1 is the lowest power output of the stations. It uses just a regular 120 volt household socket. These are uncommon in the commercial space since the charge rates are at about 1500 watts, 1.5 kilowatts. So that's something like, your standard household space heater, right? Which is the max you can pull from one circuit in your household without blowing a breaker. So at that rate, it can take days to charge a big truck battery, right? If it has a couple hundred kilowatt hour capacities at 1.5, right, it could take a long time. And that's when we start looking at the next step, which is the level 2 charger. And that uses it at the 240 volt socket typically, and think something more like your oven or your clothes dryer socket in your house. That caps out at about 20 kilowatts. You go from 1.5 up to about 20, which can deliver 20 kilowatt hours in an hour. So if you have, let's say, a 100 kilowatt hour battery, it would only take about 5 hours to charge, right? Which is a great overnight option, or like a depot option. And just for those of you who are interested in the details, if you're curious about the math, remember that the wattage is equal to volts times amps. So if you have a 240 volt socket and 80 amps, it's equal to 19.2 kilowatts, which is where I get that about 20 kilowatt hour capacity. So there's other things to consider in the electrical code. There's requirements on like continuous power draw, but that's sort of really outside the scope of the presentation. And then the next thing, the one other thing I want to talk about, these first two levels, these are both for AC power from the grid, but the batteries work on the DC power, as I mentioned. And so the vehicle actually inverts that power on board, right? It goes in AC, it goes to the inverter and turns into DC power. So we have these DC fast chargers, and that means there's no conversion needed by the inverter on board. So the batteries can charge much faster, and you can put a much higher kilowatts, up to about 350 kilowatts is the maximum today. Okay. So that's the thing is, so if you go from, so you can see that like a vehicle can be charged a lot faster, 350 kilowatts versus 20. It does range between say 50 kilowatts up to 350. And then there's also the next generation of work is what's called extreme fast charging. And that's in the megawatt range or over. So you're talking about 1,000 to 3,500 kilowatts. And so that would potentially let a full over-the-road semi-truck charge in somewhere in the range of 15 to 30 minutes. And that sort of is being really led by Charin and a lot of the electric vehicle manufacturers. It's still several years away, but it is exciting to see the prospect of, you look at your hours of operation requirements, you have to stop for a break periodically. During that break, you can plug in and completely fill the vehicle back up. Is a potential of unlocking the over-the-road semi-truck applications. I mean, if you slip seating, it still may not work, but the potential is definitely coming.
Brandon, you do have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question is, today about 50% of California electricity is generated from natural gas and 33% from renewable. Electrification of transportation will increase electricity demand. When do you estimate California will be able to meet its electrical demand with 60 to 70% renewables?
An excellent question. So the state there's actually a number of different goals for the percentage of renewable power called RPS standards. The main goal is set under SB 100, which sets a goal of 100% carbon free by 2045. And then there's several other policies that are intermediate steps between there. We just had a 33% standard met in the last year or so, and that's supposed to go to 60% renewable portfolio standard by 2030. And so we're certainly moving along that path. But somewhere between now and 2030, I think is where you would hit that 60%. And then if you get into the minutia of the standards, large hydro doesn't count. And so while you have these percentages set, there's actually less carbon than the percentage indicates because of that. Because like the dams networks don't count in those calculations and how they account for it. So probably by the mid 2040s, we'll see 100% or close to 100% carbon-free grid, right? And the great thing is, yes, today, we might be 50% there, but these trucks, as we put them in now, they're going to continue to get cleaner with the grid in general. Okay. I wanted to finish up this slide and I'll move on. Wanted to talk a little bit about the connector types. Some of the different types and what you need to be aware of. On the right of the slide, they are the three most common plugs today. The connector standards are actually really complicated, but there's also several other versions that are used in other parts of the world. So I'm keeping this completely focused on North America, but be aware if you're Europe or Asian countries and China, there are different standards out there as well. But here on the top right, you can see the SAE J1772 or J connector, which is common for the level 1 and level 2 chargers. So I said it goes up to about the 20 kilowatt max. In the middle there is the combined charging system, or CCS, and this one is a type 1. North America, we use a type 1 connector. Europe uses a type 2. It combines that J connector with DC fast charging prongs on the bottom, right? And this is the most common today. It goes from about 50 kilowatts to 350 kilowatts of capacity. And then at the bottom, you see the SAE 3068 connector, and it was much more recently developed specifically with commercial charging in mind, but it's less common today, but you are seeing it grow. It has both an AC and a DC component to it, which is really nice. Something that I also didn't include, I didn't mention the CHAD mode chargers. Those they're still very popular, especially in Japan, but you're seeing them less and less commonly used in North America and the US. Okay, so that's what I want to give you, just charging over the main takeaway, 3 types of charging stations at different outputs, and then the main plug types used today. So let me go ahead and jump on to the next slide. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about what is a fuel cell vehicle. Basically, fuel cell electric vehicle is an electric vehicle that uses a fuel cell instead of an engine to generate electricity for the batteries and the electric motor. The hydrogen undergoes a chemical reaction to produce electricity, with the only byproduct as being water. This technology generally requires the same basic components as a battery electric vehicle, but with the addition of the hydrogen fuel cell stack and the large composite wrapped hydrogen storage tanks. The vehicles contain some batteries to help with short-term power demands, but there are fewer of them, and the vehicle is lighter than a pure battery electric truck. The fuel cell electric vehicles, they have 0 tailpipe emissions, since the fuel cells produce only water as a byproduct. The fuel cells are actually 2 to 4 times more efficient than a diesel engine. And what's interesting is it's much more efficient to run hydrogen through a fuel cell than to actually burn it. Some of the early fuel cell vehicles in the mid-2000s, they just burn the hydrogen versus running it through a fuel cell. But you can have the range. One of the great things about potential hydrogen vehicles is you can have the same range as a conventional vehicle, and it can also potentially refuel in about the same amount of time. Right, and then of course you get the benefits of the electrified powertrain, which is like high performance, quieter operations, and smooth acceleration. And I'll talk about some of the pros and cons of these in another couple slides. So on the bottom right image here, here's a picture of a hydrogen power truck tractor. All the components are highlighted on there. The fuel cell stack is under the hood. The hydrogen storage tanks are back there. There's a battery pack and a plug behind the cab. And I just wanted to note that the fuel cell vehicles, they use kilograms of hydrogen is the term that's used. It's not gallons, it's done in terms of kilograms. So that indicates the amount of storage on board. For a really large semi, I've read that it's about 70 kilograms potentially of hydrogen gets stored on board.
Hey, Brandon, you want to slow your speech down a little more?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll try to go slower.
Thanks.
And while we have you, I'll ask you a bunch more questions too.
Okay, let me, one more sentence.
Sure.
Go ahead.
No, you can finish your sentence and then
I was just gonna say, yeah, there's no downtime because these fill at about the same rate of speed. And stations use like compressors and a nozzle. So it looks different, but it's very similar to filling up a standard vehicle. So go ahead.
Okay, so the first question is, do fuel cell vehicles create NOx?
Fuel cells vehicles would not create NOx because they're being run through a fuel cell, which breaks down the hydrogen. But if you were to burn hydrogen, this is an important delineation. If you burn hydrogen, you can get a trace amount of NOx because it reacts with the nitrogen in the atmosphere. but we're talking about running things through a fuel cell. There's a lot of talk in the electricity industry about using hydrogen as a storage device for electricity generation. And in that case, you would have to monitor NOx production and things like flame temperature.
The next question is, will California be able to keep up with charging all of the vehicles with the current power grid?
Oh yeah, that was the second half of that question before. Generally, yes. You know, the short answer is yes. If you look at the capacity of the California power grid, you can go to the California Independent System Operator, or Cal ISO website, and they have basically a daily brief. And it shows you how much electricity is available and what the current demand is. And so if you add up, there's almost always lots of excess capacity in the electricity grid because it's designed for a peak demand day. So outside of a handful of hot summer afternoon hours, there's plenty of capacity on the grid to charge. You know, that other handful of hours, maybe between say 50 and 100 hours a year, it gets a little bit more tricky, and it'll talk a little bit about some of the charging strategies to avoid needing to charge during those periods of time. But the basic answer is you could electrify pretty much all the vehicles in the state today and plug them in probably right now, and the grid would be pretty much fine, would be my short answer. And the long answer is, I think, more complicated than that. But there is a lot of other, grid capacity is going to have to grow with time. But some of the studies, there's a study by Lawrence Berkeley Lab, and they pointed out that peak energy demand growth was roughly between 1970 to around 2005. And so all of the studies looking at electrification, not just vehicles, but buildings and commercial and industrial, would still be below that rate of growth from the 70s to 2000. So I don't think it's a big problem.
Okay, and then the next question is about how long does it take to charge a freight truck on a level 2 charger?
So the battery capacity of the vehicles can vary a lot. And because the batteries can be expensive, the manufacturers will often put in the right amount to fit the needs. And so you might see as little as 50, more like 100 kilowatt hours of battery capacity. But on some of these big semis, you can see 300, 400, 500 kilowatt hours. So depending on the battery size, will depend how long it takes to charge. And you can do the math, right? If you have 500 kilowatt hours and a 50 kilowatt charger, divide the two and you would take 10 hours to charge, would be just a very basic example of that.
Okay, and this question, are you ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Okay, this one's sort of a two-parter, so I'll go ahead and ask them both at the same time. There are no charging stations between Applegate and Truckee. What should we do with electric trucks and cars when the freeway is closed due to snow? And then secondarily, what tow trucks are available for long-term use for vehicles that are stuck on the freeway if the freeway is closed and there is no charging station?
Yeah, there's some good things brought up there. One, in terms of emergency use, one of the things is you can't use fuel stations tend to not work during power outages anyway. And let me say this, I was talking about, the grid today. We have some serious issues with the public safety power shutoffs and wildfire risk. And so I would carrot that. I'm not talking about, when I say the grid has capacity, I would say that that's overall, but there are definitely specific issues related to wildfires. And I would say this, I would hope over the next 5 and 10 years that the grid gets hardened, lines are undergrounded, that would largely resolve that ongoing problem. But there is some work on grid resiliency. And so things like having emergency backups, so having batteries on trailers. So if there is an outage, the utility would come into town with a trailer full of batteries. In some of the more remote areas, you have just microgrids that have been built. A lot of those are diesel generators right now, just as a temporary stopgap. But there should be zero emissions too in the long run. So I think that, Katie, can you repeat the other part of the question, please?
Hey, Katie, I'm sorry. Can I interrupt for just a moment? I know there's a lot of questions on grid and grid capacity and vehicles. As I mentioned early in the beginning of the presentations, we do have a number of workshops and work groups where those questions are more appropriately answered and asked and answered. As I mentioned earlier, also, we're trying to give information that will help people understand what they need to do to get into the grid. And I know these questions are good questions. There are a lot of them and they're difficult questions. But again, please participate in that other process where these questions are more appropriate. So I think we should probably move on unless we have other questions about the technology specifically.
The last one I wanted to read was just a comment from a specific commenter that wanted to mention solar charging just as a completely clean option. And once it's paid off, it's refueling. So I thought that was a good point, and I wanted to go ahead and point that one out. But I think with that, you're actually caught up on the questions for the most part anyway. So
okay. Yeah, and what Bruce said, I'd echo that. I mean, we're certainly a work in progress with this as we get more pilots and demos. And this is really, it's just an introduction. You could definitely do probably a half a day or a whole day talking about this subject in more detail. Okay, so let me go ahead and move on. Here is a picture of a more modern fuel cell platform example. And this is talking about, you're seeing much more integration of the technology. This is a skateboard type chassis. And so you can finish it into any number of different vehicles, right? It could be like a box van or step van or something else. Okay, I like this one. You can see the hydrogen tanks between the wheels. You can see the various components up front. So it's a really nicely integrated piece of work. So next slide, I wanted to give you at least one resource for where to fuel zero emission vehicles. The federal government runs a great website called the Advanced Fuels Data Center, where you can look up station locations. Here are a couple of the screenshots showing the locations for chargers and hydrogen stations statewide. Many of these locations are oriented for lighter duty use, but there are plans in place to greatly expand fueling locations over the next few years. As point out, I pulled these screenshots from the midsummer, and so these numbers are constantly changing, so just be aware of that. The California Energy Commission, they're working on what's called the AB 2127 report. They've actually published it already, but they're working on an update. And it is a study that looks at how many chargers are needed to meet the vehicle demands and where those need to go. So there's a lot of work being done, actively being done on this topic. And that's a whole another discussion too. And we'll have some work groups that are going to touch on those issues if you want to watch those with the electric truck roll development. So this next slide, some of these terms I'm using, and then this is the move from the transportation world into this electrified world. The terms are totally different than what we are all used to seeing in the transportation and trucking industry. So things like miles per gallon or horsepower have moved to, MPGE, or how many kilowatts is that motor. So I wanted to point out that while the vehicle components have different names, they actually perform a similar task that we're all used to. And so here we can look at the arrows. An example of this is the fuel cell generates electrical power, which is the same as an engine. Next, the battery pack or hydrogen tank stores energy, just like a fuel tank does. The electric drivetrain is the same as the powertrain and transmission, right? It drives the vehicle forward. And the battery management system, among many things, controls the battery temperature, similar to how a radiator controls the engine temperature. So I thought that was interesting. I know, so watching a presentation from US Hybrid put it into these terms, and it really sort of lit up for me when I thought about that way. So next slide. So here are some of the benefits of battery electric and fuel cell electric vehicles. First is it's zero emissions, which as CARB, we really like that, and it helps meet our air pollution goals. Next, you have higher fuel efficiency, and particularly in an urban cycle, because the electric is fundamentally more efficient than diesel, and the frequent starting and stopping allows the regenerative braking to recapture more energy, right? So when a vehicle is operating at steady state, when you're operating on the freeway at one speed, there's no potential to recapture and regenerate that to capture any electricity. But when you're starting and stopping, there's a lot more potential there. So the electric vehicles excel in that start and stop cycle. Next, I have a low cost fuel. This is also called LCFS credits. We'll talk a little bit about LCF credits later, but the important takeaway is that the fuel can be low cost or even free. Next, less maintenance is required since there are no regular oil changes and the brakes last a lot longer due to the regenerative braking. The powertrain is also responsive and drivers find them fun to drive because the electric motors provide instant torque. Right, there's also no idling emissions or vibrations. So that's really nice for driver comfort, a lot less wear and tear on the operators. And we hear that really consistently that the drivers, when they have the option in the fleet to choose the electrified vehicles. Okay, then last, the battery and the vehicle costs, they definitely are declining. Since 2010, battery costs have actually dropped about 90%. Right, so there's still a long ways to go, but there's been big strides made. We keep seeing improvements in the batteries, and we keep seeing more capacity being added to the vehicles as well. Okay, and then the bottom of the slide here, I just had a couple of vehicles of some zero emission pieces of equipment, the buses, the box vehicles, and the school buses. Okay, let me talk a little bit about some of the pros and cons, some of the things to consider when looking at the vehicles. One is the higher upfront cost, but potentially lower total cost to own. I have a more detailed slide on that towards the end of the presentation. Next is currently the battery electric trucks. They're ideal for garaging at a central hub to facilitate charging, but this is also changing as battery charging abilities get better and better. Next, you have lower daily mileage use, particularly with no heavy inclines, but that's definitely changing as the technology changes. But if you are pulling heavy inclines, you definitely want to talk to the vehicle manufacturer to make sure that that's not going to be an issue. The truck ranges are increasing, but they're still in the range of 100 to maybe 200 miles per charge. Although a few years ago, that was more like 75 to 125. So that's definitely an area that we've seen a lot of change. I mentioned before, they operate particularly well at lower speeds because of the frequent starting and stopping as well. So then I want to just touch upon a little bit of the pros and cons. One, the battery electric vehicles, they generally offer more vehicle choices. There's widespread charging, and they have a variable range and cargo capacity. Because the batteries are heavier, the vehicles tend to be a little heavier. While the fuel cell vehicles can be lighter, and it's not particularly a concern, but they're not as common. And so they do hold promise for the future, and you see more of them coming out as well. But something to think about. Okay. What else should you know about this? One, the medium duty classes. This is where the electrics are widely available. And you saw Bruce mention this. There was over 100 available in the medium classes. Really a lot of transit and then cabin chassis type vehicles. And the heavy duty vehicles, there's fewer of them, but you see a lot of successful pilots and demonstrations, especially around the ports. And you see more of these entering mainstream production from the big mainstream manufacturers. So let me go ahead, and that was sort of an overview of the vehicles and technologies. I'm going to give you a little bit of a primer of how to actually buy and get these vehicles into your fleet in the second half of this presentation. So Katie, are there any questions we should address before I move on?
There are questions, but I'm still trying to figure out which ones we're wanting to address verbally, so.
Okay. Yeah, and I would say this presentation is not designed, because there's no rules for zero emission vehicles. This presentation is not designed to be a training for those rules, since they don't exist. So let me go ahead and keep moving. Okay, so the first thing is to be pretty upfront. Going electric definitely requires some pre-planning. It's not as simple as just going to the dealer and buying a truck. You do need to think about it. But if you ask a lot of these questions up front, you can really streamline the process and save money and avoid some serious headaches. And you can also help the environment as well. So a lot of this next section is built on the lessons learned from all the various demos and pilot projects that have occurred throughout the state. And I like to say, others have learned these lessons the hard way, so you don't have to. So here are some initial questions that you want to ask yourself. First one here, so I'm just going to run through them. How far do you typically drive? Are you doing local deliveries around town, trips, maybe 50 or 100 miles a day? Or are you driving longer distances, like short haul regional work or full over the road? Next, where and when do you have vehicle downtime? Is the vehicle coming back to the yard or depot after a day shift, so you have all night to charge? Or does it get right back on the road with the next shift? So this helps indicate what type of charging infrastructure you will need. Okay. On the right here are some things to consider, things to think about. We'll go through these in more detail, but briefly, what are the deployment lead times? Is it going to be months or longer, like years? Do you need facility upgrades to get enough power to charge? Can you anticipate adding more vehicles in the future? Basically, future-proofing charging needs while doing today's work. And last, have you checked out your utilities website and engaged with them, which is very important. And I'm going to run through these in more detail. Okay, so next, let's talk a bit about fleet needs. Here I listed some questions to consider. First, as I said, what are the fleet deployment goals? Are you trying to meet maybe some type of corporate sustainability ESG goal? Those are really common and very popular today, especially in the corporate world. Or maybe you recognize that the new technology is on the way, so you're looking to do a demonstration and start figuring it all out early, so you're ready for the future. And especially when there is funding available, you can offset a lot of the cost by taking action early. As many of you probably know, familiar with CARB's regulations, as the regulations take place, the funding opportunities phase out. So taking action early can be beneficial. Next on here is what are the time drivers? Is your fleet growing in the next few years? Are you adding vehicles? Do you need to add vehicles? Maybe there are some pending rule requirements. Remember the truck and bus rule. The 2007 to 2009 engines are due for replacement at the end of 2022. So it's only a little bit over a year away. So maybe that's a good opportunity to dip your toe into the water of these. Some other questions include, what are the operational goals? This leads to some detailed planning like, okay, how am I really going to integrate these vehicles into my operations and dispatch? Right? How do I make sure the vehicle is charged each day right? And is the right choice for the day's route, right? Next are the drivers and staff. Are they minimally trained on the vehicles, right? Does the maintenance staff have some basic troubleshooting training? Can they swap out a fuse, right? It can be the difference between a really quick fix and a truck in the shop waiting for the manufacturer's mechanic to show up. Another thing I wanted to mention is there are a lot of community colleges gearing up and leveraging their existing diesel workforce programs for these new technologies. And so that's a really potentially great resource to you as well. You know, check with your local community colleges. And then finally, one thing that we found is that the early demonstration fleets, they're adding a lot more vehicles after the demonstration than they expected. A lot of them are very successful. They have their hiccups, but a lot of them are successful in adding more. And so it's important to realize when you're initially starting off that what might be a small project of a truck or a few trucks might grow a lot faster than you think. And so if you pre-plan, you can save a lot of money when it's time to expand. And so we know that if you have to trench in your truck yard, it's really expensive. But adding extra conduit when things are dug up is cheap. So make sure you put in lots of conduit while things are dug up. And we'll talk about, there's a slide on infrastructure a little bit. So those are some basics about the different fleet needs. And a lot of these in this presentation, they're questions, right? Because everybody's situation is going to be unique and things to think about. What do I need to think about for my situation? One of the interesting things on this next slide that I heard from a lot of people is how important building a team is, right? Building a cross-functional team, because you know that you're going to run into a lot of challenges and roadblocks. It's just the nature of doing something. But having a dedicated team with that buy-in will help you overcome that. So you really need to have people who want to make this work. One great tip that I heard is to look for internal champions at your organizations, right? So this might be someone who is already interested in the technology, right? They're interested in the EVs. There's somebody who is, willing to learn new things. And some of the people recommended tapping them, training them and supporting them and helping them, grow this project and really taking and lead it forward. So on the bottom here, some just common project team participants. I'll just run through them real quick. There's the fleet manager. Any kind of senior executive or owner is important. You really want to make sure the decision makers have buy-in. There is the electric utility, the dealer and the vehicle manufacturer, possibly the charger manufacturer. If you go with a design/engineering firm or consultant, it can help lead you through the process. Not required, but can be helpful. And then any staff at the various incentive programs or the staff at the permitting agencies or authority having jurisdiction, AHJ. And we'll talk about some more of these on the next slides. So now I want to mention the importance of a strong electric utility partnership. Since the electric utility is both your fuel provider for the electric vehicles and a source for incentives. One rule of thumb that I want to stress is to contact the utility early, right? Talking to their staff at the onset of the planning process is critical. They can help you identify and understand potential build-out requirements, cost and development timelines, rates and demand charges, and incentives for infrastructure. Here are some utility considerations. First, you want to evaluate the existing infrastructure. How much power, how much electricity does a facility already have? And will it meet your needs? Right? The electric grid can vary from location to location, right? So sometimes bringing in power to one part of the distribution system can be easy, and other times it can be hard. And the only people who are really going to know that are the people at the utility. Okay. Next, you really want to determine the EV rates available and how they match potential vehicle use patterns. There are some free rate calculators available, so you don't have to guess. And another question is next, when will the vehicles charge? And do you need to share plugs? So you calculate the peak electricity demand by adding up all the vehicles that may need to charge at once. But having too many, right, charging at once can lead to higher costs than necessary, right? It can end up oversizing your system. And so there's a bunch of options that can help manage this, right? It can be as simple as a timer, a wall timer to make sure your vehicles turn on in the evening, right? The driver comes back, plugs in, and the system is automatically set the time. Some of the vehicles will have this built in, but you can also have really complicated integrated software systems, right? These are called advanced load management systems, or ALMS. And there are companies that specialize just in this as well. So finally, it sometimes makes sense to couple a project with solar or a battery storage system to offset energy use and demand. And Katie mentioned that comment. Yes, it's true. It may make sense depending on what you have going on. Instead of having to bring in an extra line for power, you might be able to do a distributed energy resource, put in solar and a battery, and it could be lower cost. So you always want to keep your eyes open about all the possibilities. Okay, let me jump forward.
Brandon, real quick, this one was a while back, but they were referring to your fuel cell example, and they said it has a rear differential. Is that because it's a repower?
That's a good question. It's certainly possible that it's not a. I have to look at it more closely. I didn't look at that closely at the drivetrain in the back, but that's certainly possible that is using the existing platform and being modified.
Thank you. Okay,
so next I wanted to just talk about giving you a little bit of how do I actually find a vehicle, because it is tricky and it's certainly still developing, but you need to answer some basic questions up front, like how many miles are driven each day, right? What is the vehicle used for? What capacity is needed? And so those details like the weight, the size, the body type, right, etc. So a lot of the traditional manufacturers have zero emission models, and there's a lot more on the way. So you can certainly check with your regular dealership to see what they have. I know a lot of drivers, they only drive one type of truck. So the good news is a lot more of those dealers have products on the way, here on the way. Well, the first thing is I'd suggest modeling typical routes that a vehicle will be used on to estimate the energy consumption. Most of the manufacturers will do this, but there's also free calculators online as well. And they're easy to use. They're almost like a mapping software. You put in your destinations throughout the day, and it will calculate the energy, some of the vehicle details, and it will calculate how much electricity you're going to use from point to point and back to home. Some of those are just free online, just Google them. And then the other thing you want to make sure you have enough range each day to do the work, right? And then the last thing is you want to really make sure that you discuss delivery timing with the manufacturer so you can fit it into your plan, right? You don't want to have the infrastructure built too early and the vehicle's still a year away. So there are some really good resources out there to help identify potential vehicles based on the body type. I'll show you some screenshots next. The first one is, as we mentioned today, the Hybrid Voucher Incentive Program, or HVIP website. It has been updated to include a lot of the basic vehicle information on there by actual body type. The other tool is CalStart's Zero Emissions Technology tool, or the ZETI tool. And it lets you identify specific vehicles. And then there's also some vehicle guides out there with similar information presented. I linked here a guide to San Diego Gas and Electric's version, which I thought was particularly useful. And it literally is pages of available zero emission truck models, fuel cell and electric. So let me just jump over. So here is part of the HVIP website for eligible vehicles. I think this is a really great resource. We really have improved this in the last year or so. You can click through the various body types and it will list vehicles available by company. And a lot of them link to the spec sheet as well. So you can see the details about the battery capacities and the range and the engine sizes. So that's the HVIP on the vehicle tab. The next one is the ZETI tool. CalStart actually administers both of these websites, so the data does overlap. But I like this one because it's not necessarily California specific. And so you can see on the top is the body types. On the left is a map of the world, and you can select different regions. And on the right are all the different manufacturers, and you can see there's a lot of them worldwide. And then on the bottom is the expected availability dates as well. So you can click through all of these buttons and do some exploring as to what's available, especially here. But if you're not necessarily in California, because we lead the way, it's a good tool as well. Okay, so those are two great resources. Next, let me go ahead and jump over to the infrastructure discussion. We've touched on it a little bit so far, but it really is an important key aspect for your success. Everybody's infrastructure needs are going to vary based on the situation. So it depends on your fleet size. You might be one of the big guys with thousands of vehicles, or you might be an owner operator with just one, right? And how you operate, right? If you're parking at the depot or public charging somewhere else, it dictates where you're going to access the grid or which hydrogen stations are going to need to be nearby, right? It also dictates how much power you'll need, which dictates technology and vehicles. Also, if you need to charge fast, right, then you might need to have a high capacity charging station, right? Maybe the 100 to 350 kilowatt range versus a level 2, right, at only 20 kilowatts, where 5 to 8 hours of downtime is plenty to top off a smaller vehicle. So what else? So if you need to charge a bunch of vehicles at once, then as we talked about, the utility is going to have some options based on specific locations of the distribution grid and the realities of that particular spot, right? Some of the on-site factors can cause costs to vary greatly as well. For example, if there's required to be a utility upgrade on site, maybe it's something like a new or larger transformers. Those can be expensive, or trenching, laying conduit, the actual charging station installation, and any kind of charge management and energy storage. Those are other variables as well. Then I mentioned trenching before. It can add up, it can be costly, it can add up fast depending on your situation and where the lines need to go. So it's something to think about if you need to cut up a parking lot or a yard, right? You definitely want to be creative and think ahead, right? If you're gonna trench, make sure you put in enough conduit to cover your future needs as well. And I'm not going to get into in detail, but there are a number of infrastructure programs that potentially offset a lot or almost all of these costs as well, depending exactly where you are in the state. Okay, so here are some questions to consider. First is, on your site, where am I going to charge, or where does the electrical service come into this facility, right? Is the service panels on one side of the building and the trucks are parked on the other side of the building, right? How is this going to fit into your use site patterns, right? Are the vehicles coming and going in one area? Can you be flexible, right? Maybe you can move that over time, move that closer to the electric service. Every situation is a little bit different. I know we've had questions about when you're leasing a building, you know, and some building owners are fine with you making upgrades, right? But other ones may not be. So that's definitely a topic that you want to look at early on. Okay, next is what are some of the electric vehicle supply options? So you might see the term EVSE, right? Electric vehicle supply equipment, right? And that's sort of the question, do you need the fancy advanced charging management, right? Or will a simple timer work? You really need to talk to the charger companies and providers if that's going to be an issue for you. Some of these systems, you put in your vehicles and it will actively turn the chargers on and off. You put in the vehicles where and when they need to go, what times, and it will automatically manage your charging for you. So the vehicle is ready to go at the time it needs to depart. Okay. Finally on here, I do want to mention permitting. The projects will need to go through the local building department, also known as the authority having jurisdiction, or AHJ. A lot of these building departments have their own way of doing things or interpreting codes. And so it's important to know what their process and timeline is, what service they will provide, how much does it cost. A lot of the local contractors will be familiar with the various different offices in a region and what they want, but it's something to consider in your decision-making process and in your timeframe planning. And then there is a lot of work being done at the state. The governor's office, the GoBiz office for business development, they are very active and have guidebooks. And there's been talk about having some legislation to better streamline permitting. It may have actually been passed. I'm not exactly sure in the last couple of weeks. So those are some things about infrastructure. Let me move on to timing and timelines. The one thing we've heard over and over in the demos and the pilots is to allow plenty of time for the project to come together, right? It takes a lot of time to plan, develop, and deploy the charging infrastructure, plus getting the vehicles delivered. So full deployment can take months or longer. And the amount of required infrastructure may vary with the fleet size. So if it's a small deployment, maybe a couple of vehicles, you may not need any facility upgrades, right? You may have sufficient electric panel capacity on site, while major expansions may need extensive facility rework and flexibility if a lot of power is needed. And so here's a very general timeline based upon deployment best practices. So let me just run through that one. Planning and permitting, timing at between 3 and 12 months. Electric upgrades and construction can be between 6 and 48 months. I put that 48 months in there, and that would be like a worst case scenario where a new substation is required. That would be the absolute extreme case. In those situations, you would start looking at what are some of the options for maybe local solar and storage, but it can take years if a utility needs to make major grid upgrades. But that is not super common, but it's a possibility. And then next, there's deployment and vehicle integration, right? And that can be between 1 and 3 months. So you can see it can easily take between 6 and 18 months from the starting point to when the drivers are actually in vehicles on the ground, right? And so it is important I like to be realistic. You know, you want to be pragmatic when you're thinking about this. I think Personally, I think the 9 to 12 month range is pretty reasonable. 6 months would be if you've done it before, 6 or less, and you've done it before, and you know what you're doing, things are streamlined. So just a couple other timing questions to consider. How does your organization contract or budget, right? Do you need to write specifications and put out a solicitation for bids like a government agency? Or can you be less formal and get some quotes from providers? Also, do you need to get into an internal budget cycle, right? Where it can take years to get approval, right? And so then you have to go out and you have to find vehicles and put together enough of a plan just to get your budget request approved, right? And that can take some time as well. So I think the most important thing that I've heard is to be realistic with your timing. That this does take some time. Okay. Next, as we start coming to an end, here is our slide for the cost comparison. This one is a 2024 Class 5 delivery van, and it's diesel fuel on the left there versus battery electric in the middle and hydrogen fuel cell vehicle on the right. And this is over 12 years and operating 26,000 miles per year. And so you can see that the total cost of ownership for electric is predicted to be lower than conventional diesel fuel. We've been doing more analysis to support the electric truck rulemaking. And what we've been finding is that even in situations where all the power is from a retail station, which would be the higher cost, that the cost to go electric is no more than the cost of a conventional vehicle today. That would be in the worst case situation with the sort of the assumptions being most conservative. So let me just quickly run through all these little numbers here real quick. For conventional diesel on the left, the net vehicle cost and residual is $56,700. The fuel cost is $11,000, and then the maintenance is $95,700, and other costs $10,900, for a total cost of $274,500. For battery electric, the net vehicle cost and residual is $92,100. The fuel cost is $2,300. The maintenance is $71,800. The other cost is $12,300. And then the EV infrastructure cost is $24,000 for a total of $202,006. For the hydrogen fuel cell, the net vehicle cost residual is $111,300. The fuel cost, $81,500. The maintenance is $99,300. The other costs are $42,100. And this gives a total cost of $334,245. And at the bottom are a couple of the main assumptions used in this. It assumed a predictable route and depot charging at 15 cents per kilowatt, efficiency of 13.8 miles per gallon for conventional and 1.3 miles per kilowatt hour for electric. And then some maintenance values in there, 31 cents for conventional and 23 cents for electric, and an LCFS credit value of 17 cents, which is lower than it's been running at. Okay. So a little bit on cost and financing. Now, the cost of ownership over time can be the same or in many cases actually lower. Since the upfront vehicle costs are higher today, you do want to consider how you will finance the infrastructure and the vehicles. This slide lists some resources available to help finance that. We also have an incentive presentation that will go through some of the details a little bit later. But here are the most common incentive programs available. For vehicles, the main program include the HFIP program, the Volkswagen Settlement Funding Program, and Carl Moyer program funding. There are also often local air district programs as well, so you always want to check with your local air district. For infrastructure and chargers, there's the Cal eVIP program. There's also a number of utility make-ready programs and loan programs, generally through the utilities through SB 350. And then there's also the low carbon fuel standard credit out there as well. Okay. So what else is there? So some of the questions. One of the things I want to say, I think it's important to really have a plan to ask, like, what is your, you want to be realistic. Can you get into a loan, right? What does your credit look like? What do interest rates look like? Definitely have a finance plan, put that together early on in the process. Okay, and then finally, put together just a quick summary to try to just give some direction, some body to this. Step one is to do an initial investigation and build your team. Remember that you need to engage the utility right away and be aware of any incentives. Step two is to identify potential vehicles that will work for you and are available. Right, new equipment is constantly entering the market. So also you want to perform a quick yard and charging analysis to get an idea of how much power you might need and where charging is possible. The next step, step three, includes planning for operations, deployment, and thinking about phasing in the short and long term. Keep an eye on the rebate requirements, right? Make sure you don't buy stuff before checking that you don't want to buy and then have the rebate folks tell you had to apply first. Step four is to complete formal engineering design and cost estimates. This prepares you for the permitting. Step five is the actual physical infrastructure build out, charger installation and anything else, everything else. Step six is trying to match your vehicle delivery with charger sign off and final approval as much as possible, right? Ideally, you want to have both the truck and station ready at about the same time. And then step seven is to ensure the driver and maintenance staff training as well as ongoing education as well. Okay, so that's a brief rundown of how to go electric. The zero emission vehicles are clearly on the way in. The technology is going to keep improving. The battery costs are going to keep dropping. The range is going to increase, and there's going to be more and more vehicle availability. We're still early on, but I hope that this interview gives you a little bit better understanding of how to go electric, what to think about, what questions to ask, and some initial starting resources. For me, I think one of the hardest parts is that every situation is going to be a little bit different depending on the specific business and the vehicles and the operations. It's a little bit of a puzzle that you have to piece together and figure out. But I do think with a little persistence and a can-do attitude that going electric is completely possible even today and can most likely save you money and help the environment and potentially get a lot of this stuff paid for if you do it soon. Okay, so thank you for this. This is a new presentation, so if I said something that you think was wrong or incorrect, or if something could be more clear, please feel free to reach out and contact me. I think I forgot to put my email on the slide, but my email address is brandon.rose@arb.ca.gov. brandon.rose@arb.ca.gov. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Brandon. And actually, we got a poll here, so I'm gonna bring that up. I didn't have it on there. Okay, so let me launch.
So how how would you handle charging any battery electric vehicles you own now or might own in the future? Choose all that apply. So A, depot overnight charging at your own facility. B, always using a public charging facility. C, sometimes using a public charging facility for opportunity charging, such as short periods of charging throughout the day. Or D, sometimes using a public charging facility for depot overnight charging. Thanks,
great.
Tony.
Yeah, no problem. And I'll share it here in just a sec so you can kind of see how folks are answering. We'll close out in about like 10 seconds or so. So we currently have about 198 people on, and we've had about 46 people sign up for it. So this will be a last opportunity. If you please want to go ahead and again look at those options on there, see what fits you best. And
we're between this and lunch, so
that's right. Yes. Well, you guys, like I said, you guys did a tremendous job getting caught back up, and then and actually going ahead of time. So Brandon, I appreciate you going over some more of the items in more detail on there. So that's
absolutely
great. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and close it out here, and then I'm gonna share results so you can see, Brandon, how folks are coming up.
Yeah, those are interesting to see the results. So we have depot charging 65. Well, the percentages don't add up, so it's check multiples. So that makes sense. A lot of depot overnight charging. A fair number, 13%, is public charging facilities. I think that's an area that we're really going to have to work and focus on with the Energy Commission and PUC. Sometimes using a public facility and then some overnight. So it really is a mix, but I do think there's a lot of some of the lower hanging fruit is the depot charging today. I think things expand.
Great. Awesome.
Okay.
All right. Katie, was there any other questions that may have come up? And while you're come on air, I will bring up the poll for the evaluation.
Currently, all the questions are answered.
Okay. All right. Well, with that being said, it's evaluation time. And Brandon, thank you again so much. Please do give your feedback on us to help us again prepare for future ones. And like Brandon said, this is his first time giving this type of presentation as it relates to new technology or an updated one. So it always helps us to tweak where needed, or maybe provide a little bit more information, or maybe we're providing too much information on one section. So all that stuff helps to kind of drive where we are.
Yeah, so for sure. Please give me, people give me feedback. Because one of the drawbacks of pandemic is normally we would see you in person and you could gently tell me that I'm a fool and don't know what I'm talking about in person. But it's important for us to know, because I do think this is where the future is headed. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you again, Brandon. Okay, thank you, everyone. Looks like we've got a good amount of folks that have completed. I'll go ahead and give it 10 more seconds. We're at 12:32, and we do have our lunch break coming up here in 3 minutes. So what we're also going to do is, looks like we've kind of evened out in terms of people completing the evaluation. So thank you again for those who've completed it. With that being said, I'm going to just open some stuff up. What we were supposed to do this morning, where when we were starting out, let me relaunch this. All right, so just a quick opening poll question that we didn't get an opportunity to ask you now earlier is, I'm going to relaunch the poll. There it goes. So all of you should be seeing hold on, let me continue. There it is. Okay, so I'm launching this poll, and it is, how did you find out about this event? So please complete that real quick, and we got a couple minutes before we'll break for lunch. So I have received an email from CARB. A friend let me know about it. A vendor told me about it, or other. So and it's multiple choice. So if you checked all of the boxes, please feel free to do that. That helps us. It helps California Air Resource Board help in outreach for the next one that we do. Great. So I'm going to go ahead and end that one. And this is just internal for us. So I'm going to end this poll. And I'm going to go to poll number 2. All right, so the question is, why did you decide to spend time with us today? Some of them we have long answers. I just want to let you know when the polling question widget pops up, if you cannot see all of the answer, you can resize the box. You can actually make it go full screen. You can stretch it wider left, and also I want you to make sure that you have we go all the way up to H for answers to be able to choose. So A, I'm new to trucking, running off-road equipment in California, and I want to learn more. I need a refresher about what regulations apply to me. My boss requested that I attend. Absolutely, yeah. You know, hey, you got to do what your boss asks you to do, especially for work. And I want one-on-one insistence. That's D. E is I received citation from CARB. And F, I want to learn more about my reporting vehicle. G, again, you have to scroll down on the bottom. If you don't see G, I would like more information on zero-emission technology. And H, other. So thank you guys for that. Appreciate it. I'm going to end, and looks like we got time. I'm going to squeeze one more poll in right here before we go to lunch. So what is your fleet size? If you can go ahead and answer that. Again, this information really does help us know what our audience is in when we attend the virtual events. And just like Brandon keyed to, you know, you would have a lot of face-to-face interaction either by stopping by the CARB booth and or talking with the speakers after their respective conversations, but this is another measuring tool for us. So with that being said, we are at lunchtime and I want to be respectful of that. So you can go ahead and finish the poll now, but we're going to go ahead and take a break for lunch. So it's 12:35 now. We will start back up here at 1:20. I'm going to get my little handy dandy timer up here and I will be playing some background music. So if you don't want the background music, you can either mute or you can log off and come back on. Just please let us know if you have any issues getting back into the webinar. Just send us an email through your the technical support that you received on the notification and all that good stuff. So with that, I think we are good. Please do continue to check the chat. Olivia and the rest of the CARB support team has been putting some great resource information for you guys to be able to do. This includes later in the afternoon, the one-on-one support, the exhibitors that will be available for you to have personal meetings with them, and also all the resource documents that we've been going over today, as well as having translation documents, the presentation documents in Punjabi and Spanish. And again, thank you to our interpreters up to this point today. Glad we were able to get you into the system, and we have been hearing you throughout your presentation. So with that, everybody have a wonderful lunch. We'll see you back here at 1:20. Thanks again. All right, and this was our poll that we had talked about earlier that we have going on right now. So I'm gonna go ahead in about 5 seconds end the poll. Yeah, go ahead, Jennifer.
Can you go ahead and promote Gaurav, our Punjabi interpreter?
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you. I will do that right now. Hold on a sec, Gaurav.
No problem. Take your time, sir.
Yes. Let's see if it's going to be nice to me and let me. There you are. Okay, let's remove another one. Interpreter. Now let's see if it'll let me do it. All right.
And
Okay,
maybe
Gary.
check and see that Heather can do the recording in the Punjabi channel too, please, Tommy.
Yes, yes, yes. All right, Heather, you should be able to record now to your computer. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. Thank you again for taking the time to take it. We'll have some more. Let me go ahead and switch to my other screen here. All right, so kicking back off and welcome back. It's 1:23. So we're going to, like I said, right now we have our enforcement inspection demonstration video. So now we'll watch this video that shows CARB's enforcement staff look for what CARB's enforcement staff look for during a vehicle inspection. And then Aldo Cheney, air pollution specialist, will answer questions you might have. Go ahead and put those questions in the Q&A feed as you're watching the video. So I'll go ahead and start it now. Let me make sure we have volume on that. We do. All right, everyone, enjoy the video.
California Highway Patrol pulls over a big rig to begin a heavy-duty diesel inspection. The CHP and California Air Resources Board do these all over the state because big diesel trucks and buses are the biggest emitters of cancer-causing black carbon. They are also major sources of other harmful pollutants, as well as greenhouse gases. Here you can see a typical heavy-duty truck inspection. The inspectors have pickup trucks that carry mobile inspection stations and offices. The office has laptops, printers, emission testing equipment, and anything else the inspector needs to perform a diesel vehicle inspection. Once the truck has come to a full stop, the inspector lets the driver know he is conducting a compliance inspection for the California Air Resources Board, or CARB. California's Health and Safety Code gives CARB the authority to conduct these inspections. The inspection begins with a check of the dashboard in the cab of the truck to see if there are any illegal modifications or any malfunctioning indicator lamps. This includes the check engine light and diesel exhaust fluid light. The inspector also checks the diesel particulate filter lights to make sure there are no problems with the filter. Once that inspection is complete, a visual snap idle test is conducted to determine the opacity of the vehicle's exhaust. If the opacity is close to the standard, full snap idle tests will be conducted using an opacity meter. Once the opacity of the vehicle has been assessed, the inspector asks the driver to turn off the engine, open the hood of the truck, and conducts the inspection of the engine itself. The inspector looks for a number of things to determine if the truck is in compliance with the diesel regulations. They verify that the engine has a legible emission control label. They check for missing, modified, or additional engine components that could indicate tampering. The inspector also checks to make sure the truck has a diesel particulate filter. If there's no filter, inspectors will check CARB's database to see if the truck is registered for a provision in the truck and bus regulation that allows it to operate without one. They also check the database to make sure vehicles are properly registered for the drayage rule, the transportation refrigeration rule, or the off-road rule, as appropriate. They may also test the urea content in the diesel exhaust fluid. Finally, the inspector looks for aerodynamic equipment on both the tractor and trailer to make sure they're compliant with the SmartWay program, which helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve fuel efficiency. If the truck is compliant with the heavy-duty diesel regulations, it's sent on its way. If the inspector finds a violation, a citation will be issued on the spot. Most inspections take less than 10 minutes.
All right. So that was a quick video. Aldo, you want to come on air for me? And then Katie, did we have any questions that came in that Aldo could answer?
There haven't been any questions yet.
No questions. All right. So Aldo, did you want to add anything to the demonstration video?
Thank you, Tommy, for that. Actually, the video, it covered all the aspects of a roadside inspection that we conduct throughout the state of California. So I work in the diesel equipment enforcement section that enforces all those laws for the state of California. So if you have any questions regarding the truck and bus regulation, the TRU, or the SNAP, the PSIP, just please put your questions in the chat. Thank you.
We do have a question. Is the video available elsewhere like YouTube?
Thanks, Katie. Aldo?
I have to verify that. I can follow up with you, and if you give us your contact information, I can let you know if that video is available on the YouTube.
Great. Awesome. And then, yeah, we'll get back to you on that. And you can put that in the Q&A chat, the question that you just asked to Katie, if you don't mind. Happy to let you know if it is available, if it is posted in YouTube format. All right. Well, Katie, I'll scan questions as well. I don't think there is anything else on there. Yeah, so we have a couple of folks that want the YouTube, would like if it's on YouTube or available. So you can please do, you can continue to ask in the Q&A chat there. That would be great. Well, if we don't have any other, questions, then I think we'll go ahead and conclude this portion.
We have one more here.
Oh, okay, very good.
Yeah,
let's hear it.
The question is, do you have to do the inspection? Can you deny it or decline it?
So under the health and safety code, that's what gives our inspectors the authority to inspect their truck. So if you decline the inspection, it is considered, you can be cited for declining.
Thanks, Aldo.
Great. Thank you, Aldo. Any other questions that may have just come in? All right. Well, Aldo, thank you again for being available to answer the questions on there. Truly appreciate it. So with that, this one is going to be a pretty quick evaluation, but we're going to go ahead and I'm going to launch it right here.
Okay, thank you, Tony.
You're welcome, Aldo. No problem at all. You know, like I said, if anything does pop up where you do have a question, and you know, even though Aldo's time is done for his session, we are keeping track of all the questions that get answered. So feel free, if something pops into your head, please let us know. And when you ask the question, actually, when you ask a question, we have record of your email, so we can reach back out to you when we run a report after the event. So anything in relation to that, we'll make sure that we get back to you. Awesome. So we got about 49 responses. I'll give you about another 10 seconds or so for you to complete the evaluation. And again, we appreciate everyone to this point who has taken time to do it before we prepare for the next presentation. I'm going to go ahead and advance here, and while you folks, there we go. So next up, we have the California Highway Patrol's basic inspection of terminals. It's a pre-recorded video, and it's with Wade Eldridge, a commercial industry educational program trainer from the California Highway Patrol, sharing with us the basic inspection of terminal programs, objectives, what vehicles are subject to this BIT program, and what documentation carriers must retain and present for a BIT inspection.
And tell me before you hit the go button, double check that you can hear Gaurav in the Punjabi channel. It seems like he's not coming through.
Let's see. Let me just double check. Thank you, Jennifer. So Gary, you are muted if it's your turn to talk. And you are assigned to the Punjabi channel. So I'm going to scan up and down on our panel here. Yep. Okay. It looks like he has unmuted himself. So I believe we are okay.
Great. Thank you.
There. No problem. Thank you for letting me know and double check that. All right, everyone. So with that being said, before we get into the video, so if you do have questions for Wade, we'll put this in the chat as well. But if you have questions, you can call the CHP Valley Division at 916-731-6300. Let me repeat that one more time correctly. Area code 916-731-6300. And then, so if you have questions from the presentation, they weren't able to be on today, but we can get back to you. You can get some response back if you have questions for them. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and play this short presentation and enjoy. Oh, we didn't want to do that. Let's try this again. There we go.
Hello, my name is Wade Eldridge. I'm one of the Commercial Industry Educational Program trainers here for Valley Division. I'm here today to discuss the bit inspection for the California Highway Patrol. This is for the one-stop diesel truck event for the California Air Resources Board. So our first slide here, the basic inspection of terminals, bit program. The current bit inspection as of January 1st, 2016. Part of the departmental responsibilities were tracking of the motor carriers, collection of carrier information, and the physical terminal inspection itself. Our objective here is to prevention of collisions in industry and injuries due to mechanical defects, excessive driving hours, misuse of controlled substance and alcohol, and prevention of catastrophes due to hazardous materials transportation. The basic inspection of terminals bit program also includes operators of truck tractors, 3 or more axle vehicles, trailers, combinations over 40 feet, and vehicles transporting hazardous materials. The operation of vehicles with a gross vehicle weight rating of 10,000 pounds or more, not meeting the definition of a pickup truck, J vehicles, towing any vehicle with a gross vehicle weight rating of 10,000 or more pounds. Basically, if you have a trailer that's rated at 10,000 plus, 10,000 or more, you're pretty much in the new bit program. Any of your 2-axle trucks that are above 10,000 pounds are also in the bit program. The part of our inspection is part of the records keeping we're looking for our driver records, employer pull notice, printout basically of the driving record of your drivers, driver timekeeping records, whether that be logbooks, electronic logbooks, or potentially a time card, something that shows the start, stop, and total hours of your day. Driver proficiency records, basically what that is something that says you can operate your equipment unsupervised on public roadways. Driver employment application, which we verify the last 10 years of application, or the driver's history in the last 10 years. Maintenance records for the regulated equipment would be daily vehicle inspection reports, so your daily walk around to verify its safe operation prior to putting it to work. Preventive maintenance inspection reports, so this would fall into your 90-day safety inspections. Most shops and businesses call them bit inspections, but currently the only ones that do bit inspections are us here at CHP. They do a preventative maintenance or 90-day safety inspection. And then all that needs to be documented, the documentation of all inspections, maintenance, repairs, and lubrications. So that's basically your general maintenance in that aspect. The preventive maintenance inspection or your 90-day safety inspections need to be maintained for 2 years. And the documentation of your maintenance or your general maintenance is a 12-month or 1-year period. Hazardous materials records, where we review the hazardous materials training of all your employees that are handling of the hazardous materials, cargo tank, and also the shipping papers. Implementations, chapter of Assembly Bill 529, the Lowenthal, October 3rd, 2013. New inspection program began January 1, 2016. The old bit program was based more on time, meaning once you got into the bit program, every other year or every 2 years, however you want to call it, we would come out, we would do a full inspection, and then they also have what they called administrative reviews, which are no longer applicable. You had bit fees you had to deal with. You also had fees through DMV you had to deal with. All the new fee structure as of January 1, 2016 is all handled through DMV. Your bit fees are part of your motor carrier permit now, which is handled through DMV. CHP no longer collects or has anything to do with the money part of the commercial program. Performance-based inspection selection system, replacing existing time-based inspection system. Basically what that is everybody has a score for California, and your score is what determines whether you come up. There's also a time-based part of that, so as long as everything is working well for you, your score stays extremely low, normally below 80. Your time records or time for your inspection would probably be pushed out to about 6 years. Anyway, incorporated methodologies consistent with those used by the FMCSA, which is California starting to come more in line with, and based on safety management or your basic principles there. Implementation, additional vehicles included, the 34500Js, that's our vehicles that are in the range of more than 10,000. So bullet number 2, the axles, you're between the 10,000 and 26,000 range of vehicles, meaning the gross vehicle weight rating, not what the vehicle currently has on it, whether it's empty or not, it's what it's capable of doing. And then also when you put a trailer behind it, so if you have a 10,000 pound trailer hooked to your 12,000 pound GVWR vehicle, you are now in the BIT program as well. Now you have to have the commercial license once you put the trailer behind you, because you are no longer a Class C type vehicle. Class C vehicles, you're good to 26,000 until you put the trailer behind you, and now you have to have the commercial Class A. Terminals, motor carriers are required to identify all terminals defined in Section 595 California Vehicle Code, CVC, which is basically that's telling us where your equipment is located and how much equipment is located at each individual place. Motor carriers may designate terminals for the BIT inspection, which means your terminal may not necessarily be exactly where your equipment is kept. Sometimes they're a park out and you have your vehicles are maintained at a fellow shop or something of that nature. Previous program was in effect till December 31st of 2015, the old BIT program. Inspection based on time, and they were inspected every 2 years. Motor carrier specific to BIT. So basically with the new program, it broadened the brush of the inspection itself. So that's where the 10,000, before it was basically 26,000 and up, now we're dropped all the way down to 10,000. New program became effective January 1st, 2016. It's an inspection selection is based on carrier safety performance. Not inspected more than one time every 6 years, if not exceed performance threshold. That is basically your California safety score. So again, that's where the 6 years and your score comes in. Motor carrier is defined in Section 408 of California Vehicle Code. Motor carrier is basically the one that is making the vehicle or operating the vehicle on the roadway. This here is a quick way the system works. So the inspection data, you have mobile road enforcements, that's your black and white pickup trucks, the commercial vehicle inspection facilities, that's your scales, and your motor carrier safety program, that would be myself and my fellow workers would come to your facility to conduct a BIT inspection. So that would go into the safety data collection, which is the commercial vehicle section, CVS. Okay, then we get the measurement, the on-road safety performance. So if we have unsafe driving, fatigue drivers, hours of service, driver fitness, controlled substance, vehicle maintenance, pretty much any vehicle or any issues while you're on road, all that stuff gets compiled in there. We move over to the monthly evaluations. Basically, we find out what's going on. Where do we find out? If we're green, it just kind of stays in the upper circle there, keeps rotating back and forth as long as everything stays green. If we get a red light, meaning your safer score or your California score gets into the inspect range, we fall down and then we do the actual bit inspection. That's where our performance base is. If we pass, we go back into the safety data and we start the loop over. And potentially if we fail, depending on the category of failure, there's different categories. We have just a plain failure, and we also have imminent danger, consistent failure. That's basically someone who does not conform to the laws and regulations of what we have going on. That's pretty much the end of the show, and hopefully we got this done correctly.
All right. So again, we put into chat, if you have any questions for the California Highway Patrol, you can contact them by calling the CHP Valley Division at area code 916-731-6300. And we actually wanted to do a couple of polls here, and then we'll do a session evaluation. So let me advance here. So again, poll time. I actually have on this one, we have 2 polls built into one. So so you may need to enlarge the poll widget box. So if you see on the top, we have the first question. I have a 2-part question in the same poll. So we have 2 great and fairly short presentations left today, but want to know your thoughts about the length of today's event. Presentation and question answer sessions for this event total approximately 4.75 hours. What length would you prefer? So please go ahead, and you have A through G on there. I'll go ahead and read through it since I gave everyone a little bit of time to digest it. A is short, shorter, make the presentation shorter. B, shorter or delete some of the presentations. C, the same length. I've listened to all of the presentations so far and it was not too long. D, the same length presentations but split into 2 days. E, the same length of time. I can tune out when I don't need to hear something or when I need to, and I apologize, it's cut out for me on my view screen. When I need to hear something or when I need a break. F, longer. Make some or all presentations longer. I want to know more. And then last option, G, add new presentations on other topics. So great, so we got about 40 people or so. And so I'm gonna scroll down. If you scroll down on that question, this is a 2-part poll. So you give you time to complete the first one, but once you're done completing that the first section, scroll down to the second section with your mouse. And number 2 is presentations and QA sessions for this event total. Oh, okay, still event total approximately 4.75 hours. Do you wish that we organize the event differently? And you got 3 options for that one. It's a little bit expanded view of the previous question, but A is split up into 2 separate days, about 2.5 hours each day of presentations, plus time to get one-on-one assistance and talk with exhibitors. And as a reminder, as soon as this we conclude with the live presentation of today's webinar, you will be able to go and have one-on-one assistance through Zoom meeting and also visit exhibitors. And you'll go to both to the attendee hub link that's been sent out at various times through the day. So B is don't include the presentations. I just want one-on-one assistance. And I can see that nobody has selected that option yet. So we're glad that we're able so that we did include one-on-one assistance for you today. And then last option is this was fine. Keep it organized just as it was last time. Of course, minus the errors with connecting the interpreters from my part. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and close out the poll. And again, this is internal for us, so we won't be posting this. And I'm going to go ahead and open it up here. One more poll. Bear with me for just a second. And there we go. All right, so evaluation time. Go ahead and complete. And I don't know if anybody else heard it. We did notice briefly a couple of the transition slides was a little pixelated. So we apologize for that. So if CHP did their presentation again, we would work on getting a new recording from them. So if you heard it on your end as well, it wasn't your system. It was just something that had happened on their end when they recorded it for us. All right, so we'll leave that open a little bit more. I'm going to go ahead and advance to our next slide here while I leave that poll up. All right, so next up we have heavy duty pilot and demonstration programs. Just give me a second, Boons, and I'm going to work on giving you remote control access here. Let me just find you in my list. All right, Boons, you should have control of it now.
All right, sounds good. Can you hear me?
I can. So let me just do the introduction and you can cycle through and make sure the first 1 or 2 slides work through while I do your introduction. So again, so now it's time 1:45, heavy duty pilot and demonstration projects. And then from CARB, we have Boons Beidavong, air pollution specialist, is here to tell us about some pilot and demonstration projects CARB is funded, and what we've learned from those projects regarding how medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicles are working out in the real world. So with that, Boons, go ahead and take it away. And if at any point in time, slide deck is not moving, just let me know and I'll advance it for you.
Sounds good, Tommy. Really appreciate that.
No problem. Thank you.
Great. I'm going to try to kind of slow down a little bit because I noticed with our past presenters, they were going pretty quick. So I'm going to give some time to the translators to kind of translate also. But before I get started, just wanted to share a meeting that I sat in on. It was called the Small E-Fleets meeting. It was run by CalSTART and partnered with CARB. They invited small fleet owners to discuss challenges and hurdles of switching to electric vehicles. And one of the things that that was brought up again, first thing is price of electric vehicles. You know, it's a big price tag. Another one is range, the range of the vehicle. How far can the electric vehicle go to meet the needs of the small fleet? Another is charging infrastructure, where to charge. You know, what if they can't install a charging system, if they're renting a spot at a facility? And then lastly, will the technology work? So which kind of leads us to this presentation. So the heavy duty pilots and demo projects test out the advanced technologies in real life conditions and work out the kinks. They test out the battery life, duty cycle, and charging to decide what works and what doesn't. And it's important because it advances the zero emission technology so that the technology can be brought to the commercial market. And without these pilots and demos, you wouldn't see the zero emission technologies on the market today. And most of these projects are located in communities of concern where they're exposed to higher pollution levels, such as at the ports, rail yards, and warehouses. This slide actually is missing the picture of the Moving California website, but the link is there. You can go to the website and take a look at the page. For the Moving California website will show you all the heavy duty projects that are happening all over the state. There are about 30 plus heavy duty projects. Actually, and when you get there, it's split out by category type of what type of project it is. And it actually, each one has a kind of a project poster, which gives more detailed information about the project. One project we're going to kind of look into right now is the Goodwill Industries electric delivery vehicle project. The Bay Area Air Quality Management District partnered with Goodwill Industries of San Francisco to deploy 10 battery electric delivery trucks. And the objective of the project is to advance commercialization of zero-emission technology of the delivery truck sector by demonstrating cost and benefits and providing a roadmap and best practices for other fleets considering switching to electric vehicles. There were 10 electric trucks and one roll-off debris hauler. All the vehicles are currently in use and have been in service for the last 3 years. The electric box trucks have traveled over 86,000 total miles, and the debris hauler has traveled over 10,000 miles. And according to Goodwill's operations team, the electric trucks require significantly less maintenance than baseline vehicles. They also estimated the reduction in maintenance to be 60 to 80% of their baseline fleet. And this reduction is due to the diesel fleet's need for parts associated with maintenance, such as oil changes, replacement of fuel filters, alternators, and water pump care. As of September 30th, 2020, the project reduced over 12,000 gallons of diesel fuel usage, saving $49,000 in fuel costs. So despite having a higher price tag, as Brandon kind of went over in his presentation, you're looking at the life of the vehicle, price of the vehicle. Fuel costs is one of the major ones that gets reduced and kind of will reduce the price in total. Oops, sorry. Totally forgot to advance the slide. The next one is the green on-road linen delivery project. The San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District partnered with Motive Power Systems, Ameripride Services, and CalSTART to test out 21 electric vans at 4 of their facilities in Stockton, Merced, Fresno, and Bakersfield. All the vehicles are currently in service. The vehicles have logged over 230,000 plus miles already. All the zero-emission vehicle vans were used alongside with Ameripride's conventional diesel and gasoline vans. And Ameripride was able to significantly reduce their fuel and maintenance costs. They reported that the overall operating cost of their zero-emission vehicles was 26% lower than their diesel fleet and about 47% lower than their gasoline-powered fleet. The current range of the zero-emission vehicle vans or zero-emission vans were 100 miles, which in order for them to electrify their entire fleet, they would need the van's range to increase to 250 miles. So if it went up, then they would be able to meet all their needs. At the end of the project, Ameripride had submitted an order for an additional 50 vehicles, Motive vehicles. We also looked, did a couple case studies, reached out to companies that received funding from the HVIP program to purchase electric vehicles. One is the FMC Metals in Los Angeles, California. And they provide aluminum, copper, brass, and stainless steel to suppliers throughout the Western United States. And they purchased an electric terminal tractor to use to move trailers around the yard. And then also Bridgestone was another company that we reached out to. They sell tires for passenger light trucks and commercial trucks and buses. They purchased 2 electric terminal tractors with the help of HVIP.
Hey, Boons.
Yeah.
You have a question. I'm not sure if this is data you have, but do you know how many miles per kilowatt hour or vice versa for the green linen vans?
No, I don't, but you know what? I bet it's in the final report. So if you want to give them my email address, I'd be glad to kind of go through and look at it, because there's like a 100-page report for that project. I'd be glad to look into it.
Okay, great.
So give them,
I'll
drop
pass
them
that
my
along.
email, and I'll get back to them. And then the last company is the Dependable Supply Chain in Los Angeles. They're a logistics company moving freight from various points on the Western United States. But all of them pretty much have kind of experienced similar advantages. They saw a substantial fuel cost savings, you know, from switching diesel fuel to electricity. There's no more oil changes. The drivers said that all the vehicles had more torque. The zero emission vehicles are noticeably much quieter and less vibration. They're cleaner because there's no diesel emissions. But the disadvantages were that the operating cycle is limited before it had to recharge. Another disadvantage was the charge time is long. And while the zero emission vehicles aren't perfect according to the fleet managers, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. And all companies are considering purchasing other zero emission vehicles in the future. This is the last slide. Again, if you're, wondering whether or not this technology works or doesn't work, or have any hesitations, take a look at this slide and you can see that HVIP has funded over 7,000 clean vehicles, $400 million plus to 1,400 plus fleets, 188 million cleaner than diesel miles traveled, and 58% of those vouchers in communities of concern. And then if you want more information about the program on funding available, I know Mac's going to cover it next, of what is available. You can also check their website. They have a really good website on just comparing some of the vehicles. I know that there isn't a price tag on some of the Class 8 vehicles, but just because each Class 8 vehicle has to be, specifically built. So they didn't put a price tag on that, but take a look at their website. They just upgraded it. Looks really snazzy. But that pretty much ends the presentation. Are there any other questions that came in, Katie?
Boons, so we have a poll to run as well on there. So I'll give Katie time to collect if something did come in. I'm going to go ahead and advance the slide here. Going to remove remote control. There we go. All right, so we got a poll. I'm going to go ahead and launch it right here. And Boons, just confirm you see it on your side as well, because it's a two-part question.
Yeah, I see it. So
awesome.
First one is, do the cost savings in switching from diesel to electric lead you to consider purchasing an electric truck with the help of grant funding? Yes, no, maybe. I'd like to see some more case studies. 2, if you do not plan on purchasing electric vehicles soon, what is your main concern? A, being too expensive. B, unproven technology. I fear it won't be reliable. C, where do I charge? Fuel my vehicle. D, way too many unknowns. E, not sure if the range of the zero emission truck will meet my current needs, I think. And then F, doesn't apply to me because I already purchased or plan on purchasing an electric vehicle. And if you scroll further down to the bottom, there's another last one. Are you more inclined to take advantage of grant funding when it becomes available for early purchase of zero emission vehicles? Or would you wait until you are required by law to make the transition when no incentives can be utilized? And the options are A, get grant funding towards the purchase of a zero emission vehicle. B, wait till the regulation requires that I switch to zero emission.
Great, thanks, Boons. Yeah. So Katie, while we leave the poll open and for everybody, yeah, this was a 3-part poll that we included all in one. So make sure as you're answering it, you just scroll down like Boons is indicating. And then while we're waiting to close that out, and I'll share the results just so you can kind of see Boons. Katie, do we have any questions that came in for Boons?
Yes, so one of them is with the real world test pilots, are there any that are looking into hydrogen vehicles as well, or is it specifically electric?
No, there are actually a lot of hydrogen projects going on. I know there's a bunch at the ports in Southern California. If you go to the Moving California web page, at the top there's a link to the Moving California website. You could see all the projects. There's about 30 plus projects all throughout the state, and you can, I think there's one that specifically talks about at ports and rail yards, it's like that one, and it'll drop down to some of those projects, and those are the ones that has the hydrogen vehicles.
And then we have a couple questions on equities. So do we keep equities data?
If related to HVIP, I know they have the data. So I know I pulled up the numbers of 58% of the funding went to areas of communities of concern. So yes, they do keep that data.
And then as a follow-up also, do you happen to know how many of the businesses funded or piloted were African-American owned businesses?
I'm not positive, but I can always reach out to CalSTART, who administers HVIP, and we can see if we can gather that data for you.
Do you want me to provide your email for follow-up on that one as well?
Please
okay,
do.
Perfect. And then there was one more. How do emissions from HVIP clean vehicles compare with renewable diesel?
I don't know if we have that data.
I know renewable diesel the emissions profile is slightly lower than generic diesel, but I think it's only about 4 or 5%, which Brandon might also know a little more on that one.
Yeah, I wonder if Brandon can jump in on this one.
No, you're right, Katie. I mean, it's like between 2 and 4% potential emission reduction with the renewable diesel, but they're considered drop-in fuels, so it's almost the same, or you wouldn't be able to drop them in.
Great, thanks, Brandon.
All right, awesome. So Boons, I shared the results there. I don't know if you want to talk about that at all, or we can go ahead and wrap up, and I'll put out the session evaluation.
One was, do the cost savings in switching from diesel to electric lead you to consider purchasing an electric truck with the help of grant funding? 30% yes, 20% no. Maybe I'd like to see more case studies, and 50% looks like half the people want to see more case study. So that's good because we're working on that. I'm actually working with some of the companies to get some real data on how much they spent on diesel fuel on the vehicles that they had last year and how much they're paying in electricity this year. And I really want to see the real life numbers. And at the next virtual one-stop meeting, I should have that data available to kind of share with everyone because I really think that was a significant reduction. Number two, if you do not plan on purchasing an electric vehicle, what is your main concern? We got 14% too expensive, 18% unproven technology, 16% where do I charge, 16% too many unknowns. The biggest one is 28%. Not sure if the range of the zero emission truck will meet their needs. I feel like that one's a big one, especially for the folks who have to go a long way and then trying to figure out where do I charge. It's not like you could just pull into a gas station and fill up real quick. And hopefully in the future there will be public charging stations available to where there is a quick charger that Brandon had mentioned, 15, 20 minutes where you can charge up real quick. So I hope that comes soon.
Boons, you did get a couple more questions in, so.
Can I finish this last one and then I'll answer the question?
Sure.
Actually, before you go to that, Boons, this is Bruce. I just wanted to throw in some things.
Please.
Yeah, I wanted to echo what you just said about public charging. And just so that folks know, there are a number of companies, including a couple of the big truck stops, that are already looking at putting in public charging. In fact, they're looking at very, very high power DC fast chargers. One of them has an application in, I believe, with the California Energy Commission for some grant funding. They're proposing, and I don't remember the exact statistics or the exact numbers now, but they're actually proposing, I want to say around 8 to 10 150 kilowatt chargers and around 4 350 kilowatt chargers. To give you an idea, 350 kilowatt charger would, if you had a 400 kilowatt hour battery pack, you could get in 15 minutes, you could get about a quarter of a charge on that, which is quite a ways if that battery pack is going to get you 400 or 500 miles. So there are a lot of things, again, in the works. It's really not even a matter of, I hope they get there soon. They're here. And that technology is getting faster and faster and faster. So, I do want people to be assured that this isn't something that's being taken lightly or ignored. So just wanted to throw that in on this because this is a great discussion for that. So thanks, Boons, for letting me interrupt.
Thank you, Bruce. I really appreciate that, filling in on that. Let me just do the last question, or actually last poll question. Are you more inclined to take advantage of the grant funding when it becomes available for early purchase of zero emission vehicles, or would you wait until it's required? 66% said get grant funding towards the purchase of electric vehicles. So, 7,000 vehicles have been funded by HVIP. So there's people out there taking advantage of free grant funding. So if you're in a position that, if you're in a position to consider switching, take a look at it, take a look at the HVIP website. And, Brandon's presentation was really good on just giving you an overview of, things to think about before making the switch. So go ahead and do the questions, Katie.
Sure. So the first one is, do you know of any pilots that include running a PTO?
I don't. Of the 30 plus ones, I don't remember seeing one, but again, give them my email address. I'm going to go through them again and just scan through and see if, if I overlooked it, and then I can get back to them for sure.
Okay. And then the next one is funding made available to interstate operators as well?
Actually, most of them, let's see, for HVIP, I think you have to be based in California.
you don't have to operate exclusively within California, but just
That's
California based.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the next one says, what does it take to be included in a study or trial?
So there's every year there's a solicitation that goes out, and it's under here. Give them my email address. It's on the AQUIP. If you Google CARB AQUIP page, that's where all the solicitations are when they do come out. And you have to work with actually a nonprofit or air district and combine with them and partner with them to, if you have an idea, you can pitch the idea to them, and then you make a proposal. And then you can submit the proposal, and then staff go through and rate these various projects. And then the highest one essentially gets the bid for the funding for these pilots and demos. Is there other
All
questions?
right, and no, that's all your questions for now.
Great, thank you very much.
Awesome.
I think I'm done.
All right, thank you, Boons, very much for the presentation and going through the polls. That's great. So I'm going to go ahead and launch the evaluation poll, folks. If you can go ahead and give us your feedback for Boone's session, heavy duty pilot and demonstration projects. And like Boone said, the email has been put into chat. And if you do have any questions that just popped up right now, please do feel free still now to put it in the Q&A. And if you want them to get back to you, you can include your email address. Although you're submitting questions, we can pull a data report after the fact and send a follow-up with any questions on there. So thank you again. And I'm going to leave that evaluation poll up. I'm going to transition over to our next slide, which is going to be Mac. Hey, Mac, can you just refresh my memory real quick? Did you want me to run your presentation or give you remote control?
Yeah, go ahead. I think it's better just go ahead and do it.
Okay, very good. All right, guys. So looks like we got almost everybody, or not everybody, but we got a good amount of people that have completed the eval. I'll tell you what, I'll leave it up while I'm introducing Mac. So last up for the day, before we break away for the one-on-one assistance and the conversation with exhibitors, we have funding opportunities. And so we have, Mac Asanar Shari, and Mac, I apologize for your last name. I practiced, but I froze up there getting to it. He is an air pollution specialist and our last presenter today. He will provide an overview of some available incentives and a loan program to help with purchasing new or used compliant medium or heavy duty vehicles. So Mac, go ahead and take it away and just let me know when you want to advance and I will advance it for you.
Sounds good. Hi, everyone. In this informational presentation, I will go over some of the CARBs and the utilities incentive programs. Please keep in mind that this presentation is an educational plan, and some of the funding programs in this presentation may not be currently available, but you should be aware of them and take advantage of them when they will be available in the future. The best way to do this is to subscribe to our listserv. To sign up, and all you need to do is to submit your email address. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the CARB truck and bus financial assistance flow chart. Be aware, every funding program covered in this presentation has its own requirement and limitations. Funding for newer diesel vehicles is generally not available unless the truck owner operator's compliance deadline is 2 years in the future, and also need to be a compliant fleet. Unfortunately, additional grant funding for truck owner operators who are within 12 months of their engine compliance deadline is no longer available. However, the CARB Trucks Loan Assistance Program is still a viable option. There are more funding opportunities for the advanced technology replacement projects, such as low NOx engines and all electric vehicle replacement projects. Advanced technology replacement projects are qualified to receive a higher incentive amount than diesel replacement projects. For those qualified applicants who meet the funding eligibility requirements, all 6 incentive programs listed here can be combined with the Truck Loan Assistance Program. Next slide, please. Loan assistance is available to qualified truck fleets with 10 or fewer heavy-duty vehicles. Additional program criteria requires that an eligible trucking company meet basic requirements by qualifying as a small business, which is defined as fleet with fewer than 100 employees or generate less than $10 million in annual revenue and operate primarily in California. Loan assistance is available for used and new truck with 2010 and newer model year engines. The engine can use diesel fuel, CNG, LNG, or other fuel, including zero-emission technology. Trailers may be eligible for financing only in conjunction with an eligible tractor. Truck owner interested in this program should apply and contact at CalCap participating lenders. Next slide, please. VIP provides funding opportunities for small fleet owners with 10 or fewer vehicles to replace their older heavy-duty diesel or alternative fuel vehicles. It is administered by the local air districts. The basic requirements are that your old truck must be owned and operated at least 75% in California for each of the previous 2 years. Your old truck engine needs to be a 2009 or older. Replacement can be new or used, and the amount of funding is based on the engine model year, the annual usage, and the weight class. Your old truck will need to be scrapped. Next slide, please. The Farmer Program provides funding for agricultural harvesting equipment, heavy-duty trucks, agricultural pump engines, tractors, and other equipment used in agricultural operations. The Farmer Program is handled through the local air districts. Not all air districts implement agricultural truck projects through Farmer, so potential applicants should contact their local air districts to learn more. Farmer will pay up to 65% of cost of replacement. To be eligible, truck needs to be in agricultural operations. Replacement truck can be new or used. The old truck needs to be scrapped. And as of September 2020, farmer program has allocated 11% of their funding, over $22 million for agricultural trucks, which funded 254 ag truck replacement projects. Next slide, please. CARB program provides incentives for the replacements, repowers, or conversions of a vehicle with a model year 2010 or older engine with a greater than 14,000 pounds GVWR. The old truck needs to be scrapped and the replacement vehicle can be new or used. And the amount of funding is based on the engine model year, the annual usage, and the weight class. The potential applicants should contact their local air district for more information. Next slide, please. HVIP. HVIP is part of the California Climate Investment and is administered through CalSTART, which provides incentives to accelerate the adoption of cleaner, more efficient trucks and buses, and works directly with dealers to apply the voucher incentives at the time of purchase on a first-come, first-served basis. HVIP provides base vehicle price break from $20,000 to $240,000. Individual owner operators, small businesses, corporate leaders, school districts, and municipal fleets are all eligible. HVIP funds for the fiscal year 2020-2021 were available in 2 waves. It opened to new voucher requests in June of 2021 with $84 million, and the entire $84 million were requested within 3 hours of opening. In August of 2021, the second wave of funds, approximately $12 million, were available, and also the funds now they're all being requested as well. So it's a very popular program. Next slide, please. CAP incentive program provides funding to help owners of older, high polluting vehicles to replace them with new models that have much lower emissions or zero emissions. The CAP program is a community-based program that has the primary objective to assist community concern and priorities, and to provide immediate air quality benefits. This program is also administered by the local air districts. Eligibility for this program is very similar to the MOYER program, which I covered earlier, but is more focused on zero emission technology. Since the program started, a total of $704 million have been allocated to fund many different project categories, which include on-road project as well. Next slide, please. The VW Environmental Mitigation Trust provides a total of $360 million for California to mitigate the excess NOx emissions which caused by VW illegal use of emission testing defeat devices in certain VW diesel vehicles. For the next 3 slides, I will go over the VW funding for heavy-duty sectors, which are zero-emission transit, school and shuttle buses category, zero emission class 8 freight and port drayage truck category, and combustion freight and marine project category. Next slide, please. There are $130 million funded for zero emission transit school and shuttle buses. This program is administered by the San Joaquin Valley Air District, and it has experienced record high demand for zero emission school buses. So the application for school buses are no longer being accepted. However, money for transit and shuttle buses are still available. Application will be awarded on a first come, first served basis. And during the project 10-year period, approximately 425 vehicles will be replaced with an incentive amount of up to $400,000 per vehicle. Next slide, please. There are $90 million in funds allocated to zero emission class 8 freight and port drayage trucks. This category is intended to support the expansion of zero emission truck availability in the heaviest weight class that have typically relied on diesel technologies. This project is administered by the South Coast Air Quality Management District. The first solicitation of this category is now closed, with the funding request exceeding the amount of available funds in the first installment. Funding for the next installment is anticipated to be available in 2022 and 2023. Application will be awarded on a first come, first served basis, and funding is available to replace class 8 freight trucks, which includes drayage trucks, waste haulers, dump trucks, and concrete mixers. Existing vehicle must be engine model year between 1992 to 2012, and to be compliant with all applicable regulations. Replacement technology needs to be zero emission vehicle, and existing vehicle must be scrapped. For this category, maximum funding cap is $200,000 or 75% of a cost for non-governmental fleets. Next slide, please. The last category is the combustion freight and marine. There are $60 million in VW funds allocated to combustion freight and marine projects. This category is intended to accelerate the replacement of older, higher polluting engines throughout the state of California, including but not limited to areas that are disproportionately impacted by air pollution, such as freight corridor, ports, and rail yards. This program is administered by the South Coast Air Quality Management District. The first solicitation of $30 million was undersubscribed, resulting in awarding total of about $4 million. Approximately $26 million in the project fund are still available. The solicitation will be available to eligible entities statewide on a first come, first served basis. The applications are now being accepted online. The baseline equipment type is the class 7 and 8 freight trucks which includes the race trucks, waste haulers, dump trucks, and concrete mixers. The existing vehicle must be an engine model year between 1992 to 2012, and the replacement or repower engines must be a 0.02 low NOx engine. Fleet need to be compliant with all applicable regulation until time of replacement. For the replacement project, the existing vehicle must be scrapped. Next slide, please.
Hold on just a second, Mac.
Maybe while Tommy's sorting that out, I'll ask a few of the questions that are in the chat.
Sure,
That sound okay?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay. One is, can you receive funding for an electric vehicle if you plan on leasing to do the technology change all the time? Oh, so can just basically, can they get funding if they plan on leasing only?
I don't have the answer to that. Again, this is, you might want to do is go through the programs that you're interested. I have provided the links to the programs, and for the more details on that, you can probably contact your local air district. They'll be able to provide you answer to that.
Okay. Do you know if there are any instances where in disadvantaged communities there will be model trucks to be shown to the communities?
I'm not sure what that means, what the question is asking.
Like, is there any?
Hey, Katie, let me jump in on that. I saw that one earlier, and that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. Pardon me. One of the things that we do many things besides these events that you see now. Many of you may have attended some of our in-person events in the past when we could travel. We did these all over the state. Hopefully we'll be doing those again. One of the things that we really want to do, and I may have mentioned this earlier, is to start tailoring some of these type events strictly to zero emission vehicle technologies. And I would anticipate that one, there will be a lot of manufacturers that would want to show up at those events, just like we have, we have folks at the end of the day, we have vendors at the end of the day for you to talk to. I would anticipate that we will get a lot of folks that show up at those events that want to show off their new trucks. And that would certainly be open to the community. We do have, we sponsor in various forms, things such as ride and drives. We've done that a lot with light duty vehicles over the years. Again, I would expect that we will be doing that as more and more zero emission vehicles come online. So I don't have specifics on that, but I think that is something critical that we would want to do, is get out and show these vehicles. Thank you, Katie.
Okay, Mac, I got it back up, but I had to completely restart PowerPoint. So can you just look at the slide for me and make sure I know I'm within the same area, but if I need to go backwards or forwards.
Yeah, we want to go to SB 350 transportation, which is probably the next one, maybe, or one more. That one. There we go.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're moving now to some of the utility infrastructure project incentives for them. So through SB 350, through 2023, California Public Utility Commissioner has approved the $686 million and authorized the three large electric utilities in California, which are San Diego Gas and Electric Company, Southern California Edison, and PG&E, to support the electrification of the medium and heavy duty sectors. This investment supports the charging infrastructure for 18,000 trucks and buses and off-road vehicles, which pays for the design and electrical service upgrades on consumers' property and provide rebates for chargers in the disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. In this slide, I provide you links to popular resources for incentives for this infrastructure projects. The first one in the list is California Public Utility Commission website. And this website has a lot of useful resources to find where you can find rebates and incentives. The next one is PG&E. Their EV fleet program is a comprehensive program that includes incentives and rebates, site design, permit, construction, activation, maintenance, and upgrades. And in their website, you can find the EV fleet saving calculator, which is an interactive and a visual tool for calculating the fuel saving and the total cost of ownership. The next in the list is Southern California Edison. Their charge-ready transportation program gives businesses the opportunity to install the infrastructure to support a fleet of medium and heavy-duty electric vehicles at low or no cost. San Diego Gas Electric works with fleets for initial infrastructure planning stage through to design, construction, and ongoing site maintenance. SMUD provides rebates for the level 2 or DC fast chargers. And then in the CEC website, you can find funding opportunities that an Energy Commission offers for advanced technology. The Alternative Fuel Data Center has a great database for the current California laws and incentives. And lastly, Empower Innovation website has easy access for many funding opportunities and resources. Next slide, please. Finally, if you want to find more information about CARB incentives and so some of the programs that I covered, please visit the Truckstop website. The link is provided in this page for any financial assistance programs. That concludes my presentation. I believe we have, Tommy, we have 2 polls to run. If you have it available, please bring it up.
Yep, I will bring it up right now. Give me just a second. All right, so both of these polls are in the one, so folks will just need to scroll down a little bit. So I'll launch them.
Okay.
There you go, Mac.
Thank you. I can see that. The first one is currently most incentive funding is being allocated for trucks with cleaner advanced technology. At our next event, would you like to hear more stories from other companies and truck drivers about their experience driving and operating new and cleaner trucks with advanced technology? Please choose one. And then the next one is, on which funding resources would you like to hear more information? Please choose one of them.
Great, thank you, Mac. Katie, were any other questions that had coming up during when Mac was going through the rest of his presentation?
There are some questions, Mac. I don't know if you want to take a look at them because we do want to make sure that people have time to visit our vendors and the one-on-one that we have available.
Yes, and by the way, I just have to add that I'm going to be going to that one-on-one assistant after this. So some of your questions I might be able to answer there, but
I can always try to refer people to the one-on-one in the chat. So I'll just pop that in to the open questions that we have left, the link to the one-on-one, and hopefully we can wrap that up.
Great.
And it looks like we might have put up the wrong link for the one-on-one. So folks, if you're trying to get in there, just give us a moment to get that changed. And Mac and Boons will be there to help with funding related questions. And there's a whole bunch of other staff getting ready to help answer your questions.
Great. Thanks so much, Jennifer. And so, yeah, so we'll go ahead and close this poll out on here. You've given folks an opportunity to be able to ask. Excuse me, Mac, I'll share the results if you want to just talk real quick through it and kind of so you can see how folks are answering on here. I had about 46 people answer it.
I think we can skip the talk through this time.
Okay, very good. So our last part here. So their last thing of the day. Let me make sure I'm pulling it up. All right, folks. So our last item of the day, oops, is our evaluation poll. So just go ahead and rate us for the funding opportunities. Mac, thank you again for presenting today on that topic. And again, I'll repeat what Mac just said and Jennifer just said that Mac and Boons will be in the one-on-one assistance as soon as we get that link corrected on there. But you can, so you can use that link to go to the Zoom meeting room. You can also, if that link is not ready, you can also go to the main webpage and the hub, and you can also see the exhibitors while you're waiting to get on there, and we'll get the link fixed up. So with that said, I think we got about the same amount of people completing the poll. It did the our session evaluations as did the poll. So I'm going to go ahead and close this. Thank you everyone that had completed it. And so we have closing and wrap up. And Bruce, are you on?
I am, Tommy.
There you are, sir. All right. If you want to go ahead and wrap us up.
We will do that. Thank you very much. Thanks, Tommy.
No problem.
And thank you, everybody, for not only attending the event, for providing feedback. It always helps us make a better event, and for sticking with us through some technical difficulties we've had throughout the day. And we hope that we've answered most of your questions. If not, and if it's specific, as I've said before, to your fleet, if you need one-on-one assistance, you want to know about funding, again, this is very much specific to you, to your vehicle and so forth. Pardon me, we do have one-on-one assistance, and I know we've been kind of billing that throughout the day, so there should be links. I think there was a problem with one of the links, but I'm sure if it's not fixed already, it will be very, very soon. They're really good. They know about the regulations, and they can help you through those rules. Let's see. It looks like we are putting some other links into chat. Just looking at some things that are popping up here. Again, we have folks that might not be on these lines right now that could help you with your reporting questions. If you report into truckers for the truck and bus rule, if you report into doors for off-road, again, we'll be providing some links where you can get that. I also know that that we have started delving into this world of zero emission technology and zero emission regulations. And I know there were a lot of questions, and at some point, my best recommendation was, again, to participate in that process. There's a couple of us on this call today that are working on those regulations, but there are so many different parts, so many different moving parts. Listening to those work groups, listening to those workshops, or even just looking at our online information will be really, really, really helpful. And there's plenty of opportunities to comment, not only during those workshops and work groups, but in writing for our board hearing. So do pay attention to that process. One-on-one starts at I'm sorry. see, one-on-one. I'm sorry, I'm misreading it. You need to be on the one-on-one Zoom link before 3:15 today. I don't think that's changed because we did catch up on our time. So again, take advantage of that right now. If you don't want to take advantage of that or you don't have time to, you can always contact us at 1-866-6 I always get too many sixes rolling in a row. I'm not going to give you the phone number. It's probably listed here somewhere. That's the easiest way to remember it. Or simply look up CARB truck stop and you'll find links to our various helplines and hotlines and so forth. Also, as we mentioned earlier, we've mentioned a couple times throughout the day, we've got some great exhibitors on the line, including a couple of our local partners in the San Diego Air Quality Management District and the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. And I think they're probably there to talk to you specifically about funding. And as Mac mentioned, a lot of the funding is very district specific. So they may have pots of funding that don't pass through us or whatever the case is. It's always good to talk to your local district, unless it's something like HVIP. That's really through us. Let's see. And finally, sorry. And you can find the exhibitors at the webinar links. I think we've talked about that enough. You know where to find those folks. So go talk to any of them. And finally, we are recording today's event and it will be available on the training and events page. So check back on that page in a few days. And if you missed any part of the presentation, or you just want to listen to it again, or tell somebody else, hey, I was in this CARB thing the other day, and I really did find some good information, especially when they talked about whatever. Refer them over to this as well. We're hoping to post the recordings in English, Spanish, and Punjabi. Again, I know we've had some technical difficulties today, but we will do everything we can to do that. So lastly, as I said, I just want to thank everybody for being with us and bearing with us, and take advantage of our exhibitors, our one-stop help, and anything else we've got out there. And Tommy, I think we're done, or do I turn it back over to you?
Yeah, thank you so much, Bruce. So what we're going to do, and if you check the chat, the correct link for one-on-one assistance was just posted by Jennifer. So that please do check the chat on there. And what we're going to do is we'll leave this webinar open until 3:30. And just in case you come in here and for whatever reason, if you have a question in chat, or you can't get into one of the one-on-one assistant rooms, or you can't get into the exhibitors, or you don't know where the page is to get to the one-stop truck event site. And from there, you can go into the Zoom one-on-one meeting rooms and also the one-on-one assistants, and then also be able to see the exhibitors that are in there. So please do go over to there. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and close out. If somebody has a question, please use the Q&A tab, or you can use the chat, and I will be monitoring it up until 3:30, at which point in time we will close the webinar out. Lastly, you will get a session evaluation, overall webinar evaluation. So please do take the time to send that out. I believe once you close the webinar, it should pop up, or once I close the webinar. Not to worry though, we also will be sending it out via email. So that will go to you as well. A couple different ways for you to complete the evaluation. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and go off mute. I'll bring up some music here in just a second. And yeah, everybody have a wonderful day. Thank you again for attending our California Air Resources virtual one-stop event. This is our third virtual one since we've transitioned to virtual temporarily, I might add. So thank you again for attending today. Have a great day.